Hello and good morning and welcome to Horton Park in Blenheim, New Zealand. May not be morning where you are, maybe evening. All around the world, this Pitch Vision live streaming. But wherever you are, welcome to our coverage of the final match in the 2021-22 New Zealand Over-50s Interprovincial Tournament, the IPT. It's been a wonderful tournament so far. Lots of runs, some great performances, some thrilling chases, some tight finishes. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage that we've had so far. We're expecting another excellent game today between the Canterbury Otago Mainlanders and the District's Evergreens. The Mainlanders beat the Wellington Tasman Firehawks yesterday by 35 runs, perhaps something of an upset after the Firehawks' fantastic start to the tournament where they scored 330 without loss in game 1 and then 322 for 4 in game 2. But excellent performance from the Mainlanders. Districts, meanwhile, well, what a story that is. They were in danger of not even being able to put a full-strength team together for the tournament, but they scrambled together and lost their first game to... Who did they lose to? Canterbury, Otago, I think. And they looked kind of dead and buried, or definitely in the bottom half of the table, but they then pulled out an amazing chase against the Firehawks on Friday, chasing down 322 to win that game. And then they pulled off another excellent chase yesterday against Auckland, chasing down 267, I think it was. And they find themselves in the final. So it'll be a close contest today, I'm picking. Perhaps the Mainlanders slight favourites because of their all-round depth, but you just can't write these Districts guys off. So we've got about 12 minutes before the start of play, starting at 11:30 local time. That's an hour later than the other 3 games in the tournament, with the intention being that the other games can finish and then the players in those games can come and watch the climax of the final. So I'll take a little break here and be back in about 7 or 8 minutes for the start of play. Hello everyone, whether you're in New Zealand or around the world. Welcome to Horton Park in sunny Blenheim at the top of the South Island of New Zealand for the grand final of the 2021-22 Interprovincial Tournament for New Zealand Over-50s cricket. Today we see the Canterbury Otago mainlanders up against the District's Evergreens in this grand final. In just a moment we're going to have Aaron Hills bowling from the city end to Andrew Hoare. The District's fielders are just both with the ball, which is the reason he's in the team, and also coming in at the bottom of the order to hit some big sixes to win games. Anyway, here we go. Hills to Hoare. Starts with wide, so not a great beginning. We're back on the pitch that the Firehawks scored 330 without loss on in game 1. And then scored 321 for 4 in game 2, but lost that game as Districts chased it down with a couple of overs to spare. So it's been a high scoring pitch, but this is the third game to be played on it. So Aaron Hills seems to have found his radar a little bit. Sticks, as he's known. Not sure what that nickname refers to. And he's bowling to Andrew Pumper Hoare. Not sure exactly that nickname refers to either, but I assume it's because he likes to pump the ball. And Hoare is away with a single up to mid-off. Took a few balls yesterday to get into his work, but ended up going at better than a runner ball by the end of the day. Craig Gibb also batted very well, scored 75. A little bit of a roll, and the two of them put on, I think it was 160. A feature of Gibbs' play was shots like that, through cover, extra cover. And then the likes of John Gary, Kelvin Scott, Matt Everest to come. Strong batting lineup. Saw him miss out on quite a few cut shots yesterday, Gibb. It's traditionally a strength of his, but failed to connect on several occasions, just as he did with that last ball. End of the first over, just those two wides and a single off it. And then over at Oliver Park, which is just down the road in Division 2, we've got Mainlanders playing Auckland in final, and Districts playing Wellington Tasman in the third and fourth playoff. I'll keep you updated on the scores in those games throughout the day. You can also check them yourselves. Head over to the Facebook page of New Zealand Over-50s Cricket. And the most recent post, this should have all the links to the scorecards. From the Hills End, looks like it's going to be Simon. Who is it going to be to bowl? Ben Warren opening the bowling, interestingly, off spinner. So we haven't seen Ben Warren open the bowling so far in this tournament. District's trying something a little bit different. They haven't had a great amount of success with their opening bowlers. So perhaps feeling that taking the pace off a little bit is the way to go. Saw that tactic employed to good effect yesterday with the Canterbury Otago mainlanders opening with two fairly slowish bowlers, and in fact all of their bowlers were fairly slowish, and the Firehawks found it hard to pierce the ring field that was set. So the district's trying that again today. Ben Warren has just taken the one wicket in this tournament, 69 runs. At 6.3 and over. Those figures don't sound great, but it has been a high-scoring tournament, and 6 and over has not been unusual at all. That one's flatter from Warren. Former medium pacer he is, now playing off spin. And Andrew Hoare just propping onto the front foot to defend that one into cover to end Ben Warren's first over. So just 2 off that over. Good start from him, and it's 5 without loss after 2 overs. So all the other games in the tournament started at 10:30. This one starting at 11:30, with the idea being that the players can come and watch the finish of the grand final. Third, fourth playoff, just over to our left here. Auckland are batting first. They're 108 for 1 after 18 overs. Adrian Dale continuing his good form. He's on 66 not out from 45 deliveries. And John Vojnovic finally in the runs. He's on 35. Hills again to Gibb, and I think he might have edged that. It's gone flying away from the outstretched dive of Bert Horner. In fact, leg buys, so 4 leg buys given. So it must have maybe flicked the... Felt like it was a bit high to be the top of the pad, maybe the midriff. Not the smallest target the bowler might aim for, in Craig Gibbs' case. Anyway, four leg buys. So the mainlanders will be happy to take those runs however they can. We saw Craig Gibb play that shot quite a few times yesterday and pick up a single, but the mid-on fielder is in quite tight on this occasion. Gibb drives square this time. It's going to go out to the boundary for 4. No chance really for the point fieldsman to cut that off. Good strong square drive from Craig Gibb, his first boundary. He's in good form, having scored 75 yesterday. So that's the good thing about these tournaments, is often you don't need to get yourself back in, having just played the day before. Aaron Hills, he's taken 2 wickets in this tournament at 51 each. So not a bucket full of wickets, but he's been relatively economical in the context of a high-scoring tournament, going at under 4.5 and over. And he's going at 3.5 and over in his 2 overs so far today. Division 2 final is between Auckland and Canterbury Otago. Auckland are batting first, 94 for 1 after 19 overs. Dave Caldwell, 45 not out from 51 deliveries. Good start from Ben Warren. Just firing in a few dots here, keeping Andrew Hoare at bay. He doesn't mind getting a quick start, Hoare. But Warren's not giving him any freebies. Nothing short, nothing wide. So if Hoare is going to score some runs, he's going to have to do some work to get it. Just shuffles down the pitch ever so slightly there, Hoare. It's 5 dots in a row. And looks like Warren's quite keen to protect this over, so he's sending long on back and cover back. You're allowed 3 fielders out in the first 15. He's also got a deep square leg, which he already had. So final ball of the over. Can he finish with a maiden? Indeed he can. It's a great start from Warren. 2 runs off his first 2 overs. And the last game, which we haven't mentioned so far, is the 3rd-4th playoff in Division 2. Districts are batting first in that game. They are 68 for 2. Tony Eldershaw, who scored a rapid century yesterday, he's been dismissed, out for 6. Anthony Gavorko is 26 not out. Bruce Nichols, he was out for 23. And Richard Boone is on 7. Districts will be happy with their start. The first 4 overs have only conceded 13 runs, but they'll probably be aware that it had a similar start yesterday and then started to pick off the runs, as Craig Gibb does here, flicking that one through mid-wicket and collecting a double. So they had a similarly sedate start yesterday, but by the time they'd reached 10 overs they were going at 5s and then accelerated up to 6s fairly quickly, with Andrew Hoare in particular getting into his work. Gibb on the cut, out to sweeper there, so it'll just be a single. Andrew Hoare is among the leading run scorers in the tournament, as is Craig Gibb. Gibb currently 6th on the list with 152, and Hoare 8th with 143 in the tournament before this game. The leading run scorer in the tournament is Colin Owens with 199, but he's not actually playing today. He's being rested for the 3rd and 4th playoff between the Firehawks and Auckland. Hot on his tails is Simon Dodds, who is playing in this match here today, so he has a good opportunity to take that title. As we see, lovely extra cover drive from Craig Gibb. It's a feature of his play, probably his favourite shot. He played a number of those yesterday, and he's on the drive again. 4 runs to Gibb. He doesn't smash those shots, but he just plays a good solid extra cover drive and usually manages to find the gap, as he did on that occasion. Hit on the pad that time, I think. No real interest in LBW from the players. And it is signalled a leg by. 2 of them, in fact. So it must have been not in danger of hitting the wickets. Hence the lack of appeal. Into the 5th over. 23 without loss. So steady from the mainlanders. That's 4.6 and over. Adrian Dale going along very nicely in the 3rd, 4th playoff. He's on 75, which is the same score he got yesterday. He was in 4th place in the run scorers list before today. So with this score, he'll be well on top. Probably close to 250 runs in total. We'll keep an eye on that. He has a great thirst for runs, Adrian Dale, whether he's playing in a final or a 3rd, 4th playoff, it doesn't matter. He wants runs. No doubt a throwback to his county days. Played 15 years of county cricket for Glamorgan. Anyway, back to this game. It's Ben Warren to Andrew Hoare, and that one has somehow snuck past his stumps. Pretty sure he got an inside edge on it, and yes, he did. And it's missed the stumps and the keeper and gone down to fine leg for 2 runs. So, streaky double for Andrew Hoare. Oh, and that's beautifully bowled. He's beaten Hoare. Sounded like there might have been a nick, but I don't think so. It was put down by the keeper. The bowler appealed for what I think was LBW. Anyway, beautifully bowled, but the result is just a dot ball. Good bowling this from Warren, but he strays onto the pads of Hoare that time, and it's hit out to the sweeper for 1. Bit of adjustment in the field. We saw a lot of this yesterday with the left-hand, right-hand combination, Gibb and Hoare. Single to end Warren's 3rd over. He's got none for 6, so good bowling from him. So Craig Gibb taking the slightly more aggressive role today, 13 with 2 boundaries. Andrew Hoare, uncharacteristically sedate, 6 off 20 deliveries, but may well pick that up if he bats for a few more overs. Hills to Gibb, short and pulled, but hit to the only man within cooey of that ball. It's the man at square leg. There was no protection there on the leg side, so if it had got past the fielder there, I'm not sure who that is, it would have been 4. As it was, dot ball. A little bit of an escape for Hills on that occasion, not a great delivery. Shortish again, he's on the cut. But there is protection on the offside, so it'll just be 1 this time. Again, Andrew Hoare unable to get it away. He's in good form. He's scored a 40 and an 80 in this tournament, the 80 being yesterday, so one would think that getting his eye and his timing wouldn't be too much of an issue. 29 for 1. And Aaron Hills picks up another wicket. It's a little bit straight to play that shot, given the fact that it knocked the off stump out of the ground. And he just left a big gap between bat and pad, and that was his downfall. So Gibb goes, and it's first blood to the district's Evergreens. Aaron Hills has 1 for 17 from 4 overs. In the 3rd-4th playoff, there's an excellent partnership brewing between Adrian Dale and John Vojnovic. It's around 140. Adrian Dale, 83 off 59 deliveries, so he's going at a great clip. John Vojnovic, 53 from 73. The first good innings that we've seen from Vojnovic in this tournament. Came in with a reputation, so that's encouraging for him. First wicket fell at 3 in that game, so 140 runs. Another big partnership that we're seeing in this tournament. Good bowling again from Warren. He's had Hoare's number in this innings. Beaten him a number of times, and beats him again on this occasion outside the off stump. Hoare's comfortably onto the back foot on this occasion, just turns it into the offside for a single. But it's been a very impressive opening spell from Ben Warren, the off spinner, getting his opportunity with the new ball in this important final. All the players very hyped up for this game, despite having played 3 games, 4 days. Both teams desperate to win the IPT. It'll be the first time that either of them have won it, with Wellington Tasman winning in year 1 and Auckland winning last year. Nice shot by John Gary to get off the mark, but it'll just be 1 because it's fielded by the man coming around from mid-off. So the fact that we're going to have 3 different champions in 3 years is also a reflection of the evenness of the 4 teams that we have, and that's encouraging. Looks like Adrian Dale may have been dismissed. I'll confirm that. He was on 84 a moment ago, but I see the Wellington Tasman players embracing. So I will confirm that. In the Division 2 final, Auckland, 121 for 2 after 24 overs. Dave Caldwell, he's still going. 57 not out. Or strong off his legs, like end of a successful over for Ben Warren. He is 1 for 9 off his 5 overs. Excellent start from him. As I mentioned, the Firehawks fighting their way back into the 3rd-4th playoff. John Vojnovic has been dismissed, LBW to Petrie for 55. So that good partnership between Vojnovic and Dale of 143 runs ended, and both of the 2 batsmen were dismissed in short succession. Hills to Scott in this game, and guides it to short third man. Hall calls him through for what looked like it could have been a single, quite comfortable in the end. No run for that on drive from Andrew Hoare. He's on 9 from 34 deliveries. Very uncharacteristic of an inning for Andrew Hoare. He's usually up around the 100% strike rate, but he's been tied down by some good bowling today. He will pick up a run this time, as that clip off his legs gives a little bit of work for the fielder to do. It's Grant Hall coming around from mid-on. At the conclusion of this tour, 2 teams, North and South Island team. And those 2 teams will play 2 matches in Wellington in March, after which a New Zealand team will be selected. Full toss on Kelvin Scott's legs, and he doesn't mind it there. So he flicks it around the corner for 4 runs, his first boundary. There are quite a few places you don't want to bowl to Kelvin Scott, and that's probably one of them. End of the over, 1 for 26 from Aaron Hill's 6 overs. Andrew Hoare is on 10, Kelvin Scott is on 6. Kelvin Scott hasn't quite fired in this tournament. He got a second ball duck in game 1. He finished the match off fairly well on day 2, scoring 15 not out, and he was looking great for his 29 yesterday against the Firehawks with some beautiful straight shots. Played another one to get out to, but was well caught on the boundary by Jason Kilworth over his head. Warren to continue his battle with Andrew Hoare. Punches that one down to long on for a single. So Kelvin Scott, he's only averaging 23 in this tournament. Strike rate of 120. That's before this innings. Andrew Hoare before this innings, well, he was averaging 48 with a strike rate of 93. High score of 81. Got him! Caught it slip by Adil Samani, so another one falls for the Mainlanders, and it's another one of their big four. It's Kelvin Scott trying to cut that one. A little bit too close to him, and all he could do is edge it to first slip. So, great work from Districts. They continue to defy all the predictions and pundits and expectations, and they've taken their third wicket. Well held there by Adil Samani. It was a cut, so it came to him quickly, but he held on to it nicely. Two hands. And Ben Warren, well, opening the bowling with Ben Warren, that's proved to be an inspired choice. He's taken 2 for 9 from 5.5 overs. So day one, we saw Firehawks rack up 330 runs on this wicket without losing a wicket. Just a brief hold up here as some people walk in front of the sight screen, not cricket fans, it would appear, and in fact one of them is a bit of a troublemaker and moves the sight screen. He's been castigated and asked to move it back. It seems like he wasn't doing purpose, he just didn't quite realise the importance of the sight screen, so generously pushes it back into place. Anyway, Warren to continue to Matt Everest after that interesting little break. Oh, and he bowls a short ball that hops up to Matt Everest, and he down in front of his chest. End of another excellent over, wicket maiden, in fact, for Ben Warren. He has 2 for 9 from 6 overs. Quickly run you around the grounds. Auckland in the third-fourth playoff, they're 162 for 3 after 27 overs. Ben Handy spent in there. In the Division 2 final, Auckland again, they're 152 for 3 after 29 overs. David Caldwell, he's been dismissed for 67, well batted to him. There was an opening partnership of 70 with Richard Goff. Stu Jensen and Kushal Ariagama, they're batting now. And in the third-fourth playoff, Districts 94 for 3 against Wellington Tasman. No major scores of note there yet. Plenty of action in our feature game, more in the wickets column than the runs column, and Aaron Hills now into his 7th over. It's been a really good opening bowling partnership, this, from Aaron Hills and Ben Warren. Aaron Hills just lumbering in with that 6'5" frame of his and just dropping the ball on the spot. not giving freebies for the free-flowing Canterbury Otago batsman. And Ben Warren at the other end, well, he's been bowling some off-spin, and I suspect a little bit of swing thrown in there as well. And he's taken 2 wickets. Full from Hill again. Hoare unable to find the gap on the leg side. And it's stopped there by Chris Jeffries. He will pick up a single this time as he hits that one a little bit squarer. It's another good over, just one off it for Aaron Hills. So 12 of 43 balls for Andrew Hoare. Just not able to find the gaps. There are lots of gaps in this field, but some days you find them and some days you don't. Not really a gap on that occasion, but it's wide enough of the mid-off fielder that Hoare can pick up a run. That's his 13th and the 11th off Ben Warren, who's bowled very, very well this morning. And they'll pick up what I think will be a leg by. The umpire confirms that. Even the full tosses Hoare can't put away. That was a low one on his pads, and even though there's only one man One man there in the circle in front of square on the leg side, he picked him out. Appeal for LBW as Hoare goes on the sweep, perhaps getting a little bit frustrated, tries a different shot option. Appeal for LBW given not out, and that ends Ben Warren's over. You may notice there's a slight discrepancy in the bowling analysis there. That's my fault. Apologies. This is Hill's, the start of Hill's 8th over, and it's a run to Matt Everest to get him off the mark after 8 deliveries. So the Mainlanders' run rate 3 1/4. That's very low by the standards of the scores we've seen on this field over the last 4 days. Hoare's got this one away this time. He's found the gap between mid-on and mid-off. In other words, straight, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. So that's Andrew Hoare's first 4 of the innings. He's on the drive again. Will he beat the field? No. Good bit of fielding there, but does have time to scamper through for 1. It's been a really impressive effort by districts throughout this tournament. A lot of the guys hadn't even met each other before the meet and greet. They haven't been able to train. Oh, here's a chance for a catch. It's going to be caught. It is. Matt Everest just hitting that full toss straight to mid-on. And that's a tame way for his innings to end. It was there to be smashed anywhere. But all he could do was lob it up to Grant Hall at mid-on, and, well, disappointing end to Matt Everest's tournament. High expectations for him coming into it. Hasn't really fired a shot with the bat, and that's it for him. So, Mainland's lurching to 51 for 4. At drinks. I'm going to have drinks. Just about to resume after drinks. 51 for 4. Canterbury Otago struggling. Although I have been told by some of the local Marlborough cricket guys that plenty of low scores have been defended in finals here. He has 2 for 33. Don't be fooled by the 3 for 34 on the screen. I've made a bit of a hash of the scoring there, unfortunately. He has 2 for 34, and Ben Warren has 2 for 12. And it looks like he's going to continue. As you might expect. Paul Henry is the new batsman, by the way. He's not on strike. It's Andrew Hoare facing Warren. And he's creamed it through extra cover for a boundary, so nice shot that from Andrew Hoare. He backs it up with a single. Well bowled again by Ben Warren. He's been tight this morning. Two for 16. Oh, and he's beaten the bat again. I've seen him beat the outside edge a few times today, so he's presumably doing something with the ball. I can't quite see from this angle what it is. Henry on the attack this time over cover. He hasn't timed it. It's aerial, but it just goes out to the cover sweeper coming around there, and they take 2. Gorgeous day here in Blenheim, as I've mentioned before. Early low 20s, I'd say. Slightly. It's expected to warm up as the day goes on, so it may get a little bit uncomfortable later in the day, but for now it's very enjoyable weather. It's still bearable for me inside the commentary box here. It was getting a little bit sauna-like towards the end of the day yesterday. It was a very hot day here. And Aaron Hills will bowl his final over, so he's going to bowl 9 on the trot. Again, apologies for messing up the bowling figures. I can't really go back and reverse everything at this point, so I'll just have to tell you his figures based on the Crick HQ scorecard. He has 2 for 34 from 8. so I'm a wicket and a few balls off. Bowls to Hoare, who drives back down the wicket and hits the stumps at the bowler's end. Andrew Hoare, he's still there. He's batted through the innings. 23 not out he is from 50 deliveries. Districts chose to bowl, winning the toss, chose to bowl. They've chased well in this tournament. So I think they decided to stick with the formula that's worked for them so far. Bowling first, and then whatever the other team gets, they just get one more. That's all you need. Or we'll pick up 2 this time. Hits it straight to the fielder this time, but calls yes, because I think he realised that the fielder, Chris Jeffries, maybe not quite so limber as some of the other players in this tournament. May have struggled to get down quick enough to run him out, which was the case, and he picks up 1 to finish the over. So that's the end of Aaron Hill's spell. He finishes with 2 for 37 from 9. Good effort from him. Third for 1 and 190 for 4. After 32 overs, that's just under 6 and over. Spencer Day and Ofisa Tunuu are batting. Neither of those gentlemen have really hit their straps in this tournament yet, so good opportunity for them in the last 13 overs or so. Ben Handy was the last man out. Kilworth bowled Harath for 18. Harath has 2 for 37 from his 7 overs. Richard Petrie has a wicket, and Tim Horn breaking his wicket drought. In fact, he broke it yesterday with his first over-50s wicket, and he's picked up his second now, so he'll be happy with that. Warren continues his battle with Andrew Hoare. Hoare picks up a single off the first delivery of what will be Ben Warren's final over. Again, his figures are a little bit off. This is actually the second delivery of his 9th over. He has 2 for 19. They will pick up a run this time as Paul Henry just blocks it into the offside and takes off. He's driven that one straight, but not quite with enough power to reach the boundary, and the man at long on will come around. So just another single, and that's the end of an excellent spell from Ben Warren. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. Great effort from him, opening the bowling. And he's given Districts a great start, picking up those 2 key wickets, John Gary and Kelvin Scott. So with both of the 2 opening bowlers having bowled their full allotment of 9, there's going to be a change now. It looks like Grant Hall will have a trundle from the city end. He's had a good IPT. He's taken Firehawks game. Not quite sure who's taken it, but it looks like Officer Tanu'u has been dismissed. So plenty of runs and plenty of wickets in that match. Division 2 final, what's happening there? Auckland 201 for 3 with 10 overs to go. They're going at 5.75. Stu Jensen, he's having another good innings, 57 not out. Cries of bold grunter from Bert Horner, the wicketkeeper, as Grant Hall sends down his second dot ball to start his spell. Got a little bit of one of those wrong foot actions. Looks like he's bowling off the wrong foot. I don't think he is actually. And Andrew Hoare bangs it down the ground for 1. District's trump bowler may well be Adil Samani, the leg spinner. He hasn't bowled yet. He may come on from the Hills End shortly. He's bowled well in this tournament. It's been a good team effort from Districts. Maybe they don't have the same... And to play so well in the final already. In fact, Spencer Day was the man out in the 3rd-4th playoff. He was LBW to Nav Harath, who's taken 3 for 39 from 8 overs. Auckland 198 for 5 after 34. So they're on target for a decent score in the high 200s. Nicely hit by Paul Henry. Bit of work for the fielder too, and he doesn't do it. He kind of ran past that one and threw out the wrong hand. Steve Kane it was down in front of me here, and tosses the ball back in disgust, but no one's there to get it. So Adil Samani has to jog around. Good start for Grant Hall, apart from that boundary. So it's going to be Chris Jeffries bowling from the far end. That's what we're calling the hills end of Horton Park, number 1. No. Sorry. Is it Jeffries? I believe it is, yes. Yes, it is. Big, tall, strong frame of Chris Jeffries, who bowls medium pace. Slow, medium pace. He's going to be doing that to Paul Henry, who's on 9 from 10 deliveries. And he'll pick up another run. As the fielder from fine leg just strolls in to pick up that one. And then hurls it underarm back towards the bowler. Andrew Hoare, he's had to work hard today. He's worked his way to 29 for 62 deliveries, just the 2 boundaries, but he's still there, importantly, and he's fighting hard for his team, trying to get them up to a defendable target. Not sure what that'll be. Might be 200 is a score they're happy with, or there may well be a second half flurry. And that single take him into the 30s. He's 30. Paul Henry is beaten by Chris Jeffries on that delivery outside the off stump. Auckland 6 down now. Officer Tanu'u has been dismissed by Richard Petrie, who's taken his second wicket. 202 for 6 they are. I wouldn't say runs are flowing in this match, but a little partnership building between Paul Henry and Andrew Hoare, two former Otago first-class players. Paul Henry just played 1 or 2 games for Otago as a wicketkeeper. Andrew Hoare had a longer career, playing about 4 or 5 seasons for Otago. Quick single here, shy at the stumps. Richie Stevens, but doesn't hit, and that single ends a Chris Jeffries over that conceded singles from 5 of the 6 deliveries, and to 20 overs, 77 for 4. That's a run rate of 3.85. Paul Henry, he's been assertive. 12 from 14, and after the 4-wicket fall at 51, these two have added 26 in 5 overs. So they've gone at 5 and 0 since he's come to the crease. That's good. Also good is Auckland's score in the final Division 2, 219 for 3 they are. Stu Jensen, 72 not out from 52 deliveries. He would have been disappointed not to make the Auckland A team for this tournament. And in Division 2 he's already scored a 67, which he's added 72 today. Kushal Ariagama with him, he's on 18. So 7 overs to go in that innings. They'll be looking for a score maybe around 280 or so, which will present a stiff target for the mainlanders. Dabbed down this one by Paul Henry to short third man. The fielder sprawls across and keeps it to 1. I mentioned before, Grant Hall has 7 wickets in this tournament. The leading wicket taker has 9. That's Andrew Nuttall from the Canterbury Otago mainlanders. I suspect he might be a bit of a handful on this wicket today. This being the 3rd game that's been played on it. Shout for LBW. I don't think it was an entirely confident one. There was plenty of volume in it, but not sure there was complete conviction, as it was maybe heading down the leg side. Or again, clipping the ball nicely, but again straight to the fielder. He's done that many times today. His timing's been reasonable, but his gap-finding ability maybe not as good as it usually is. It's a full toss, which he has heaved over mid-wicket, not with a lot of timing this time, but enough power to go to the boundary for 4. And Hoare times that one very nicely. That's a bit more like the Andrew Hoare that we're used to. Rocking onto the back foot and pulling that one through mid-wicket for a second consecutive boundary. So, pour into the over for Grant Hall, dishing up a waist-high full toss and then a long hop, both of which were gleefully accepted by Andrew Hoare, who now moves up to 39. He's doing a good job for his team. And the run rate is above 4. Didn't give you a score update on was the 3rd, 4th playoff in Division 2, where districts are 144 for 4, so plenty of 4s there. Richard Boone, he's on 45, as we see Paul Henry push Chris Jeffries up to the cover sweeper for 1. And they've got about 11 overs to go in that innings. The 4 wickets shared around among the Firehawks' second team there. Andrew Hoare freeing up a little bit now. He's pulling out some of those trademark pull shots. Can't get that one past the field though. And it's a dot ball. Shortish again, but again no run. You just get the feeling that Andrew Hoare is opening up a wee bit now when he starts getting that pull shot going. That one's aerial, just drops in front of the point fielder, pushing at it maybe a little bit too hard. So they can't afford to lose Andrew Hoare now after he's done all this hard work in the first 21 overs. Batting right through he has. It is a nice flowing drive this time, out to long off, just 1. Short that one from Jeffries, and it's wide as well. Signalled wide. They haven't bowled a lot of wides today, districts. It's been good when you compare it to some of the other innings on this pitch. As we see, a nice little late dab from Paul Henry. Very nicely played, guided down to third man for 4. Deft touch from Paul Henry. We've seen some more brutish strokes from him, particularly yesterday, but nice touch there. 4 runs. To end that over, making it into a 7-run over. Another good one for the mainlanders as this partnership continues to grow. 41 it is now. Hoare on the drive, and I think he's lofted it, and I think he's found the gap, but yes, it does cross the boundary now. Two boundary riders converging there, but just had enough on it to beat them both, and into that extra cover boundary, lofted extra cover drive from Andrew Hoare. So he has 5 boundaries now, and he's midway through the 40s, 44 he is. Inching up towards a second consecutive half century. And there's that trademark on drive of his. Very side-on stance he has, exaggeratedly so. Thinks a lot about the biomechanics of batting, does Andrew Hoare. So it's no accident that he stands that side on. He believes it improves his balance, or something like that. Short and pulled, but not really timed by Paul Henry, so just a single. He's done well, Paul Henry, 19 off 18. Came in with his side in trouble at 51 for 4 following the departure of Matt Everest, but he hasn't potted around. He's gone a strike rate of 105 and get the score ticking over, which Andrew Hoare has done as well. Seventh wicket has fallen for Auckland in the 3rd-4th playoff. That was Maya Chauhan. He was caught horn bowled Clark for 2, so they're 217 for 7. 3 overs they are. So good accumulation from the mainlanders here. Just building run rate at 4.37. So they're just using these middle overs to just pick up singles and twos and keep some wickets in hand for a late charge perhaps. Paul Henry has a big swing at that one, but he doesn't need to because it's wide. He'll pick up a single this time. It's just edged to third man where Steve Kane does some good fielding. Andrew Hoare pulls around the corner, but stopped on the boundary. And he raises his bat because that is 50 for Andrew Hoare. His second in a row. Congratulations to him. He scored 81 yesterday innings. More of an anchor role after his team lost several wickets early, and there was some tightish bowling, so nevertheless, well batted Andrew Hoare, 50 not out from 82 deliveries. Grant Hall, unable to add to his wicket tally today, has been relieved of the bowling duties and replaced by Richie Stevens, who bowls a little bit of leg spin. We saw him the other day bowling against the Firehawks. He had the misfortune of running into a rather rampant Richard Petrie, who had no mercy on any error of length from Stevens, and rather curtailed his stint at the bowling crease. So hopefully, for Richie's sake, he can have a longer stint at the bowling crease today. Stu Jensen continues to flourish in the Division 2 final. He's on 88 from 63 deliveries. 12 fours and a 6 is Auckland at 257 for 4, going at 6.2 and over. They've still got 3.5 overs to add to that. Andrew Hoare has put a cap on and picked up a single off the first ball that Richie Stevens bowls. Ooh, nicely bowled from Stevens. Beaten Henry twice now on the cut. I don't know if either of them have been all that short or wide. It's a straight ball and good line in length again. So 3 dots to Paul Henry. That one's a bit shorter, but Henry can't take toll of it. He's taken 2 wickets for 100 in this tournament, so 50 apiece, Richie Stevens. But he starts well, just 1 off his first over. He's taken 2 for 100 from, well, just under 6 Nova, 5.88. Most economical bowler in Division 1 has been Tony Gray from the Mainlanders, who's gone at 3.56. Next most economical is his opening, Kelvin Scott, who's gone at 3.67. So they've done a great job opening the bowling, those two, in terms of economy. It's nicely whipped away on the leg side by Paul Henry for a single. And Hall picks up a single of his own. Oh, it's a cordon bowled opportunity. Henry smacked it back at Chris Jeffries, who had 2 or 3 goes at it, but couldn't hold on to it on any of them. So that's an opportunity for districts to take their 5th wicket and break this 60-run partnership, but they haven't accepted the opportunity, unfortunately for them. And then there's an inside edge off that delivery, so Chris Jeffries on top of Paul Henry in this over, but can't get him out. That brings the score up to Nelson here in Blenheim. It's a misfield from Steve Kane. He's been a bit hot and cold today. He's done some good fielding and some bad fielding. And that was a bit of bad fielding that allowed Andrew Hoare to score 2 runs. End of a good over, one that included a chance. 5 runs coming off it. Past the 200-run mark. I think that makes him the second person in the tournament to do it after Adrian Dale, who did it in the third-fourth playoff earlier today. Adrian Dale leading the run scorers chart with 251 runs. Andrew Hoare second on 202. Oh, and another chance goes down. Used his feet, smacked it into the covers, and I think it might be Ben Warren there. It was a hard chance. It went flying at him. But, gee, if there was one guy you wanted to catch at this point, it would be Andrew Hoare, who's potentially dangerous in this second half of the Mainlanders' innings. So, 2 chances in the space of 2 overs. Paul Henry uses his feet this time and takes a quick single. End of an eventful over that conceded 7 runs, had a chance in it. Just back to that leading run scorers chart, the head of the table before the match today was Colin Owens, who had 199. But he's not playing in the third-fourth playoff today, so he'll have no opportunity to. Dale on 251 is at the top. Andrew Hoare about 203, and then Colin Owens. Fourth on the list is Simon Dodds, who is on 196. With the ball and in the field. Big hit from Paul Henry, but it just goes 2 bounces out to the cover sweeper, whacking it off his legs there. He's batted really well for his 25, and this partnership came together with a score of 51, so we've added over 70 now, or maybe exactly 70. Over 70 now with that wide. Paul Henry picks up another single down to short third man. Beaten outside the off stump from that last delivery of the Chris Jeffries over. Quick score update from the third and fourth playoff. Auckland 246. They've got 3 overs left to bump that up to maybe 270 or so. In the Division 2 final, Auckland have finished their innings on 299. 118 not out to Stu Jensen. Well done to him. Congratulations, Stu. 118 from 76 deliveries. with 14 fours and 3 sixes. Andrew Hoare cuts Stevens away for 4 off the first ball of this over. So he's progressing along nicely is Andrew Pumper Hoare. He follows it up with a full toss that this time Hoare is not able to take full toll of, whacking it out to the man on the deep, wide mid-wicket boundary just for a single. So, Stevens, he batted well yesterday, Richie Stevens, scoring a 50, putting on a great partnership with Adil Samani that helped Districts chase down a target for the second game in a row. They chased 322 on day 2 and chased 267 yesterday, so good chasing team it seems. And they're chasing again today, well they will be. There's another full toss that the bowler gets away with as Paul Henry can't find the gap. And he follows it up with a great delivery that spins outside the bat of Paul Henry. He will pick up runs this time, cutting it away into the gap. It won't make it to the boundary as the fielder there puts out a big boot, but they do have time to come back for 3, so plenty of effort being expelled there by the batsman on this hot Blenheim day, running a 3. Eight runs off that over. Good one for the mainlanders, and this good partnership continues. It's inching closer to 100. It came together with the score at 51. Just going back to that second division final, as I mentioned, Stu Jensen scoring 185. 5 overs, none for 30. Craig Gibb was the first to go today. He was bowled by Aaron Hills for 14. John Garry was bowled by Ben Warren for 3. Kelvin Scott was caught Samani bowled Warren for 6. And Matt Everest was caught by Ben Warren, bowled Aaron Hills. So plenty of Hills and Warren action in those first 4 wickets. Since then, Andrew Hoare and Paul Henry have batted well. Ian Patterson, apparently a bit of a legend of Taranaki cricket. I believe he was the captain of the rep side for a while. Cut strongly by Paul Henry. That's a lovely shot. And it's gone for 4. Boundary rider out there. Leaned back, got on top of it. Classic cut shot. Nicely played. He's hit 3 boundaries now in his 33. Ooh, that throw to the bowler's end appears to have hit Paul Henry in the back of the head as he was scampering through to that for that quick single. There was cries of bowler, 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 meaning that the ball should go towards the bowler's end, and it's intercepted Paul Henry by collecting him in the back of the scone, so that one might hurt a wee bit. So just a little delay here while Paul Henry checks that all his faculties are in order after that blow to the head. Seems like he's okay. He's just bent over a little bit, maybe a minute to compose himself. Never pleasant to receive a cricket ball to the old noggin. Just a further delay here while Andrew Hoare requests that the sight screen be shunted over as the bowler changes his line of delivery to round the wicket. Great sight screens that we have here. So those big wide ones. Black they are. Pink balls we're using in this tournament. Shout for LBW from Patterson as that one thuds into the pads, but no great interest from anybody else, least of all the most important man, and that's the umpire. One more to Hoare, he just keeps on keeping on. He's up to 67 now from 96 balls. He's got his strike rate up to almost 70. It was below 50 for a long time. Apologies for the rather patchy nature of the coverage. Sometimes the live stream dips in and out. I believe you're back with us, and just in time for drinks. So we'll all just take a little break here for a moment. Okay, we're just about ready to resume for the third block of 15 overs in this final of the 2022 New Zealand Over-50s Interprovincial Tournament. $139 for 4, mainlanders, Canterbury Otago mainlanders. Partnership this between Andrew Hoare and Paul Henry. 88 runs it is so far, consolidating after losing 4 big wickets. So they've got 15 overs left now. Juicy full toss, dished up by Richie Stevens, the first ball after drinks, which Andrew Hoare happily smashed away through covers and onto the road. First one we've seen go onto the road, Redwood Street today. Not on the full, but hit powerfully along the ground. It's a better delivery from Stevens, and he appeals for LBW unsuccessfully. So if they score another 90 here off the last 6 overs, so Paul Henry, he's batted well today. He's on 34 from 41 deliveries. Batted assertively. Sounds like he might have a problem right now. He seems to be walking. I wonder if it's something to do with that blow to the head that he took. Doesn't seem to be like a leg or an arm injury, but he's walking off the field. I wonder if he's just feeling a bit groggy. He did collect a ball to the head as he was running through for a single a couple of overs before drinks. So it's a bit unfortunate for him. He's going to be retiring hurt for now. Gets a round of applause as he comes off. I can only assume it's something to do with that knock to the head that he got. So that's unfortunate. Fleming batting at 7. He's another energetic player. He'll run hard between the wickets, push the singles and twos. Maybe hit the odd 4. He batted quite well yesterday. Scored 20 or so at the tail end of the mainlanders' innings. He's another energetic. He's off the mark A nice drive down to long off. To end that Richie Stevens over, which started badly with a big full toss that was hit for 4, but then only conceded 2 further singles. Auckland ended on 264 for 8. I think they scored 266 yesterday, so it sounds like 260 par score on that number 3 Horton Park wicket. Players will scamper through for a leg bye. Ian Patterson making some changes to his field as the left-handed Andrew Hoare comes on strike. Looks like long. There's a cover sweeper, a deep square leg and a fine leg. And also a long on. 5 fielders allowed back for this third block of 15 overs. And that's a good Yorker length delivery from Patterson right up there in Hoare's block hole, and he can only dig it out. 72 not out. Andrew Hoare has batted right through the innings, opening the batting. 31 overs in fact he's batted. That's the end of a good over from Ian Patterson. Just a leg by and a run from it. In the third and fourth playoff in Division 2, Districts, they have 5 overs. Oh, no, they don't. For some reason, those guys have chosen to play a 40-over game, which I'm not happy about. And Districts have scored 182 for 7 in their 40 overs. Top scorer there, Richard Boone with 46. As Andrew Hoare hits the ball crisp. But the Mainlanders have avoided losing any wickets over the last 15 overs or so, which has given them the luxury of having the death overs to launch rather than being 6 or 7 down. They're still just 4 down. Andrew Hoare goes for the reverse pull. We saw him do it yesterday to good effect against the Firehawks, slapping Jason Campbell away for 4. Can't really connect on this occasion though, and he just squirts away behind the keeper for 1. End of the over. Score is 154 for 4. It's a run rate of 4.67. So 12 overs the mainlanders have left, and they're allocated 45. Patterson continuing to Fleming, who gets one on his pads, but squirts away. Down to Adil Samani at short third man for a leg bye. Andrew Hoare swings that one away down to long leg where Steve Kane is positioned, and it's just a single. He's played quite a few nice, strong, crisp shots today, Andrew Hoare, but he's found the field. No sign of Adil Samani bowling today. He's been District's probably their best bowler, if not necessarily their most successful in terms of wickets. He's probably been the most threatening throughout the tournament. Not sure if he's injured or if he's being held back for some reason, as Andrew Hoare kind of guide edges that one down to short third man for a single. So the District's team have done well without using Samani. He is a key batsman for them, so they'll definitely hope that he can perform with the bat. Cut away by Brent Fleming. Nice looking shot, but there's protection out there, and it's just 1 for him. Another decent over from Ian Patterson, just singles off it. We are at lunch at all the other three games. They all started an hour earlier than this one, with the idea being that their games would wrap up and then they can come and watch the conclusion to this match. So they're all at lunch. The third, fourth playoff in Division 1 should be a very interesting chase. Auckland's posting a handy 264 for 8. And the Firehawks leaving out a couple of their main run scorers in the form of Colin Owens and Scott McCarty. So they'll be giving opportunities to bat to some guys who haven't seen much time at the crease in this tournament because of the success of the likes of Owens, McCarty, Petrie. I say success, I mean run scoring as opposed to winning matches. They only won 1 out of 3. Two runs this time to Andrew Hoare as he drives it gracefully to the right of Steve Kane, who doesn't have an overarm throw, so he softballs it back in. That takes Andrew Hoare up to 80 now. He scored 81 yesterday, so he's in sight of his top score for the 2022 IPT. Andrew Hoare again attempting a reverse, more of a sweep this time, but unsuccessfully, just hits him on the pad. Oh, and the Districts guys have dropped another catch. That was a fairly simple caught and bowled opportunity for Richie Stevens. He's not on his head, but it wasn't particularly difficult. Andrew Hoare just cue-ending it back to him on that pull shot. This time he gets a similar delivery which he doesn't make a mistake with and thrashes it back well over the head of Stevens down to the boundary for 4. So big let off for the Mainlanders. Opening batsman Andrew Hoare being dropped again, this time by Richie Stevens. There was a dropped catch. I think there's been 3 today by the Districts guys. All catchable. One was smashed at Ben Warren in the covers. We'll maybe forgive him for that. But I think Grant Hall dropped a simple one. That is smashed over long on for 6. Beautiful shot by Andrew Hoare. Dancing down the track, collecting it on the half volley and buffing it well over the long on boundary for 6. His first 6 of this innings. Yeah, lovely shot. Just a free swing of the bat. And that caught and bowled opportunity that Richie Stevens wasn't able to accept cost him 10 runs over the next 3 balls. And a little bit of a loss in momentum, or a shift in momentum away from the Districts guys towards Canterbury Otago Mainlanders. They've got their run rate up to almost 5 and just gone a bit flat in the field, one feels. It's been 120 runs since they took a wicket. Andrew Andrew Hoare and Paul Henry put on close to 100 before Paul Henry retired hurt, I think because of a little knock on the head that he got. And now Brent Fleming has come to the crease and joined Andrew Hoare, who's now on 90. And hitting it well, hits that one out to square leg, but just for one. 91 he is. Andrew Hoare looking for his first over-50s century. He has scored a number of 70s, 80s and 90s, but has not yet crossed the century mark. So if he gets there, that will be his first over-50s century, and well-deserved one too, especially in the context of the start that chance. Bert Horner doing his best to rally the troops, encourage them for these last 9 and a bit overs. Hawks on Friday. He was a little bit short of a gallop on that day, but he's bowled well today. 4 overs for 15 runs. Richie Stevens will continue, so we can only assume that Adil Samani is unable to bowl. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure he would have had a spell by now. Stevens again, there's a chance of a catch. Oh, he put it down fast to get there, and it just bounced off his chest as he was running kind of perpendicular to the ball. So it didn't go for 4, so it'll count as 2, but also as a dropped catch. So another chance for Andrew Hoare, but he has batted well and he's making his own luck, I suppose. 93 he is. On the sweep this time. Out to the cover sweeper. Fleming swings that away, but he'll only get 1. Brent Fleming has kind of reinvented himself a little bit. Middle order scurrier. Started his over-50s career as an opening batsman. Went to the 2018 World Cup, played for New Zealand as an opening batsman. Didn't really have much success there, and since then he's started batting in the middle order, particularly for Canterbury Otago. Runs hard, tries to push 1s and 2s where he can. $185 for 4 is the score. After 37 overs, that's exactly 5 and over for you mathematicians. So they've got 8 overs left, have the mainlanders. Let's see, if they can go at 10, that would be 80, would give them 265. So that's a bit ambitious perhaps, so maybe around 250 they'll be looking for. But if Andrew Hoare can reach his century and then explode, then maybe 260 plus is a possibility. Whatever it is, it should represent a decent target for districts. They've chased well in this tournament. That's a lovely shot from Andrew Hoare. Pick up off his toes into the huge tree on the mid-wicket boundary there, and not only that, he's also brought up a century with a huge 6 over mid-wicket. So his first over-50s century. Congratulations to Andrew Hoare, bringing up his century with that beautiful pick-up shot into the trees, and great effort from him, resuscitating this mainlander's innings after a slow and stuttery start. He's scored 101 runs off 121 deliveries, so he's got his strike rate up too nicely, up to 83, and he's got his team's run rate up to 5.14. So will we see him? I thought he might get to his 100 first and then open the shoulders, but he's got to a century with a 6. Well played. Who knows what's going to happen now? He hoists this one away, and that'll go for 4 as well. It's gone over the head of mid-wicket and into the boundary out there. So 4 more to Andrew Hoare. The district's team may be ruining these opportunities that they gave him earlier in the innings. Well, I'm sure they are. 195 now, off 37 overs. What can districts do to stem the flow? I did see Adil Samani bowling a few warm-ups ago, so perhaps he will come in. But if he was able to bowl, it's curious why he didn't do so earlier. Hoare is a little bit agricultural on that occasion, looking to repeat the shot. They have brought that boundary rider straighter to where that most recent boundary went. He's hiding in the shade of that huge tree on the boundary there. There's also another man at square leg, and then a fine leg as well, plus a long on. So 4 men on the leg side boundary. Hoare hits it to one of them, over his head. 6 runs. The man was positioned there just for that shot. Andrew Hoare didn't mind. He just buffed it about 2 or 3 metres over the fielder's head. No real chance of a catch. 6-4, 6-4 off the first 4 deliveries of this over. Andrew Hoare, 115 off 124. And that foundation that we spoke about a little while ago proving very handy for the mainlanders. Hoare goes straight this time. This is going to be cut off nicely. The man on the boundary just throws out hand, and it looked like it was destined to be the 5th boundary of the over, but some good fielding down there. Keeps it to just 1. And in fact, there's the over, so I must have missed a ball somewhere along the line. Nevertheless, a big one. 21 runs off it. And Andrew Hoare now threatening become the leading run scorer in the tournament. He currently has, in fact I believe he has taken that mantle. He now has 259 runs. That puts him 8 clear of Adrian Dale, who has 251. Dale is already batted today. And it is going to be Adil Samani coming into bowl. So in the 39th over, perhaps District's best bowler is having his first over. Quite curious decision from Captain Bert Horner not to bowl him earlier. See if I can find Samani's bowling figures in this tournament so far. He's taken 5 wickets for 117 runs. That's an average of 23.4, and gone at 4.5 and over, which by the standards of this tournament is very economical. He bowls sort of quick leggies, does Samani, former first-class cricketer. But Andrew Hawes in the sort of mood where he won't really care who's bowling to him at the moment, and he hoiks that one away for 1. But as I say, Adil Samani did play first-class cricket as a leg spinner. Possibly more of a batting all-rounder these days, but still a good bowler. Just changing his field for the right-handed Brent Fleming. Men on the boundary are a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, cover sweeper, and I think a long off underneath me here, I can't quite see. For Brent Fleming, who's 14 from 22. Just pats that back respectfully. So that last over rather damaged Ian Patterson's figures. He'd had a pretty good spell before that. He's now got none for 36 from 5. Fleming sweeps straight to the man, but Andrew Hawes sets off quickly enough that he can make that single fairly easily. What will Andrew Hawes do here? He's 117 from 126. Seeing the ball like a watermelon. And takes a skip down the track and hoists it out to the man at square leg on the boundary. And they run quickly enough to come back for 2. The highest score in New Zealand over-50s cricket is 155 by Adrian Dale. Andrew Hawes still has to exceed that if he's good enough. And the rate he's going at the moment, it's certainly possible. 6 left after this one. The second highest score is 144 by Richard Petrie. That one's a bit shorter, and Fleming looks to kind of pull it into the onside, but can't make contact. So that's the end of Adil Samani's first over. 5 runs off it. All 3 of the other games are back on the field. I'll give you some updates in due course. Just finishing up on those highest scores. 155 for Adrian Dale, 144 for Richard Petrie, Craig Gibb 128, Adrian Dale 127, Adrian Dale 116, Scott McCarty 116. So Andrew Hoare, he's up to 120 already, so he's already got the 5th highest score, although Tony Eldershaw scored 122 in Division 2 yesterday, so he's actually still slightly ahead of Andrew Hoare. Anyway, Andrew Hoare's focus will be on just getting as many as he can for his team over these last 6 overs. Grant Hall is back into the attack. Replacing Ian Patterson after that expensive over. Grant Hall's been a little bit expensive in going for 23 off 3 overs. Oh, and Andrew Hoare has hoiked it onto Redwood Street on the full. That is a big hit, sir. It has gone straight onto the road, taken one bounce off the asphalt and landed in the, unfortunately, on the other side. So huge 6 from Andrew Hoare. It's his 4th 6. 126 he is now, so I think he might enjoy the bowling of Grant Hall. Goes again, same place. It's going to get intercepted by the tree this time. There's a small collection of spectators there, a family, and they've been peppered over the last 3 or 4 overs, so they may consider shifting their location, or perhaps they're enjoying this, but in any case it's a 2nd consecutive 6 for Andrew Hoare, and he's into the 130s, 223 for 4. Don't go anywhere. Oh, he goes for a repeat of the shot this time, but Q ends it, and somehow it squirts out to short 3rd man off that attempted slog sweep. So it was dished up in pretty much the same part of the pitch by Grant Hall, and Andrew Hoare thought, well, why not play the same shot? But no timing this time. 6-6-1 this over has gone so far. Now Brent Fleming's job surely is just to push and run here, get Andrew Hoare back on strike. Mainlanders putting down the foot on the pedal. Fleming says, no thanks Jim, I'll hit some boundaries of my own. Slices it over point and picks up a boundary. So well played Brent Fleming. That's just as good, as it doesn't matter who hits the boundaries. So that's his first 4. The run rate up to 5.75 now. Districts leaking runs. That's a full toss, which will not concede a run. Full toss again, almost a repeat of the previous ball. They go for the singles, chance of a run out. Bert Horner whips off the bails, but Andrew Hoare has enough energy to sprint through for that single. He must be tired now. But it's a final, so suck it up, pumper. One off the last ball of the over. Andrew Hoare, 133 not out. That is the third highest score in New Zealand over-50s cricket. Just a reminder, Adrian Dale, 155 not out for Auckland versus Canterbury in 2020. Richard Petrie hit 144 for the Firehawks against the Mainlanders in the IPT last year. And now third place, Andrew Hoare, 133 not out. Firehawks have started their chase of 265 in the third-fourth playoff. Mason Robinson and Scott Pender opening the batting. Robinson has all 15 of the Firehawks' runs. 15 off 14. He's in good form. He's another contender for leading run scorer. As Samani continues to Brent Fleming, who uses his feet and pushes nicely down the ground. They will think about two, but Hoare turns down the opportunity for a second run. So this partnership, and I put partnership in inverted quotes, now worth almost 180 runs. The first part of it was between Andrew Hoare and Henry Paul. And then Brent Fleming has continued with Andrew Hoare on strike now. He heaves that one into mid-wicket, but straight to mid-wicket. So a rare dot ball bowled to Andrew Hoare. Samani, what can he do here? Well, Andrew Hoare has... it's a weak attempt at a catch there, I have to say, by Steve Kane. Went straight down his throat at long off, and in the end he didn't even go two hands to it. It was straight to him. He just put up a weak right hand, and it bounced off that hand and went over the line for six. So it did come quickly, and, fielding in this heat and all that sort of stuff, it's not easy, but that was a clear opportunity, another one that districts have let go. They've only got themselves to blame. Hoare again, it's going towards Kane, and he gives up on that one pretty easily as it rockets into the boundary for four more. So destructive batting from Andrew Hoare. He's up to 143 now from 134 deliveries, 12 fours and 6 sixes. Sensational batting from the New Zealand over-50s opening batsman Andrew Hoare. It's short, pulled away by Andrew Hoare. There's another catching opportunity. No, it bounces in front of Richie Stevens. He came charging in with every intention of catching that, and then realised he probably wasn't going to make it, so he came to a screeching halt and just took it on the first bounce. Pulling this time, but he certainly does Andrew Hoare, and it just loops out to the mid-wicket boundary rider for a single. 13 off that Adil Samani over. Can't help but think that Samani's come on at the wrong time. He hasn't bowled badly, but at this stage of the innings everyone's going to go, and I think if he'd come on 20 overs ago at the start of that Henry Hoare partnership, he might have been able to really put the brakes on. So curious captaincy decision from Bert Horner in this must-win final, of course, holding back Samani. But there may be some factors at play that I'm not aware of. Chris Jeffries is going to come back into the attack after the experiment with Grant Hall in the previous over didn't pay off. And Brent Fleming joins in the fun, hitting Jeffries' first ball, which was a bit of a long hop, away to the boundary for 4. He's hit 2 4s now, moving up nicely to 26 from 31. The rate, just a hair under 6 runs and over. 5.98 it is. 246 for 4. So they could be looking at the high 200s, a score in the high 200s. Who would have thought that 25 overs ago? Fleming has found the gap. Steve Kane really struggling in the field today. He's harbour bridged that one, and it's gone down towards the boundary for 3 runs. So unfortunately for Steve Kane, he's just a bit dead on his feet at the moment. Dropping catches and letting balls sneak underneath him. It is hot. It's a long end of a long tournament, so we have to give everyone a bit of a break. And this is over 50s cricket, remember. But Andrew Hoare on strike. What's he going to do to Chris Jeffries? Let's see. Thrilling stuff this from Mainlanders opening batsman Andrew Hoare. Slog, sweep again, hit really firmly, but the boundary rider does well. Keeps it to just 1. Clearly the highest score of the tournament, this, by Andrew Hoare in both divisions. Card away by Fleming nicely again. He's finding gaps all over the place now, and it's more work for poor old Steve Kane to do, chasing that one. But all he can do is chase it to the boundary as Brent Fleming finds another nice gap. He's not a power player, but he found the gap beautifully on that occasion, just tapped it on its head and down to the boundary for 4. The outfield has been awesome here at Horton Park. Players are getting full value for shots. It's a big field, nice outfield, great pitch as the scores on this number 1 ground would suggest. We had 330 on the first day, 321, which was a losing score on the second one, 295 yesterday. And now already at 254 for 4, still with 3 overs to go in this final match. So full credit to the groundsman here at Horton Park and the folks at Marlborough Cricket for looking after it so well. Fleming goes down the ground. It will just be 1. To end Chris Jeffries' over. 13 off that one as well. So the runs keep coming for the Mainlanders. Brisk start for Mainlanders against Auckland in the Division 2 final. They're 55 without loss after 8.4 overs. Hampton and Musich, Canterbury openers, both in the 20s. And in the Division 2 final, Division 2 third, fourth playoff. Wellington Tasman 53 for 1 after 7 overs, chasing 182. Only a 40 over match there. Captains deciding that they would play 40 overs without consulting the tournament organisers. They'll be in big trouble tonight. It's not the sort of thing that's up to the captains to decide. They can expect a stern telling off when they return after the game today. So if you're listening, captains, brace yourself. Can't go changing the rules like that. Anyway, deep breath, Jim. It's Samani to Fleming. And he'll pick up 1. Here we go, Samani to Hoare. Andrew Hoare, can he reach 150? Can he reach 156 to take over Adrian Dale as the highest score in New Zealand over-50s cricket? Can he take the mainlanders up to somewhere close to 300? Would you bet against any of those things happening the way he's batting at the moment? I wouldn't. Pretty sure he's looking leg side. It's gone straight up in the air. This will take some catching. Samani's a good fielder and he pockets it safely. So if you did bet against any of those things, well, your bet has come through. It's the end of a fantastic innings by Andrew Hoare. 145 for him. 12 fours, 6 sixes. But he is out. Caught and bowled by Adil Samani. And finally, some relief for the district side. You can hear the applause for Andrew Hoare as he returns to the pavilion. Outstanding effort from Andrew Hoare. The second highest score in New Zealand over-50s cricket. It puts him at the top of the list for the run scorers in this tournament. He has 288 runs. That's, I believe, a record for any IPT. I'll confirm that, but he's 37 runs ahead of Adrian Dale, and it'll be a great effort for anyone to catch him. So he might have one hand on that leading run scorers trophy. Jared Finney has come into bat at it's number 8. Remember, Paul Henry retired hurt with a blow to the back of the head as he was running through. Hopefully he's okay. I know his wife was checking up on him earlier. Hope that Paul's okay. Jared Finney has a big swing first ball, as he might as well, with only 2.5 overs to go. Still plenty of batsmen in the shed. Goes again, gets hold of that one this time, and that's gone for 6. He collected it, timed it, and got rid of it. 6 runs. Good shot, Jared Finney. Wouldn't mind having a look at the worm for this innings. It will definitely take a sharp uptake from about the second drinks break. Can't remember exactly what they were then, but they've managed to get their run rate up to 6.16, and they weren't looking anywhere near that at 15 or 20 overs. So this must be deflating for the Districts boys, although they know that they have chased down big targets on this ground, this pitch in fact, and they'll feel confident that they can do it again. Wicket in the 3rd-4th playoff. Scott Pender finally getting a bat. Didn't take full advantage of that opportunity, scoring 12 off 15 before getting caught by Tanu'u from the bowling of Pereira. So the new bowler is Bruce Kessel, who has actually been brought up into this team from the B side after having a wonderful tournament down in the B side. He's done well, and he's only just getting a bowl now with 2 overs to go. So interesting decision from Captain Bert Horner. There's been a couple of interesting bowling decisions by Horner. Kessel's been one of the leading run scorers down in Division 2, so fully deserves the opportunity. He's also taken some wickets down there. So let's see how he finds the jump up to Division 1. It's hit down the ground by Gerard Finney. A bit of tired fielding from, I think it's Jeffries up there. And they get back for 2, just Brent Fleming. He's up to 38 at a runner ball. Good knock from Flem. I'm happy for him. And he hoists that one round the corner. He's going to pick up a boundary here. As there's no protection down there, you can't have fielders everywhere. So another boundary for Brent Fleming. That's his 4th, and he's up to 42, so he could be looking at a 50. I think that would be his first IPT 50. Bruce Kessel might still have a role to play with the bat. He's been in really good form down in the Division 2, scoring a 60 and a 70, both at high strike rates. But he's not flattering himself with the bowling here as he dishes up another full toss. which is only hit for 1. Looked like it might have been waist high from here. Not according to the umpires, and they're the ones whose opinions, decisions count, not mine. Finney heaves that away into the onside. They'll come back for 2 as Richie Stevens picks it up. There's going to be the opportunity of an overthrow, but Brent Fleming was completely preoccupied with something else, and it's just the 2 runs to end Bruce Kessel's first over, which conceded 11, and there's 1 over left for the Highlanders to put the very top layer of icing on this sizable cake. So again, this Horton Park brought him on to 0. So just as well there's just 1 over to go, because I've made a bit of a muck up in the scoring here. Apologies. As Fleming hoists that one away to long on. That's a good bit of fielding from Steve Kane this time. So I've been critical of his fielding earlier, but he raced in to get that one and whipped that strong softball throw in. So good fielding from Steve Kane. And it's Winder on strike, who is actually on 10, not on 0. And he launches that ball this time straight up in the air, but no danger of a catch. And they just get the 1 run. 4 balls left. Nicely hit by Brent Fleming, down to Steve Kane again. Probably won't have time to get that half century, but he has batted very well, 45 off 42. Oh, Brendan Winder playing a bit of a wind-up shot there, and not making any contact. So just 2 deliveries left in the innings now. That is smashed over long on, over the head of Steve Kane by Brendan Winder. 6 runs. Good shot by you, Brendan Winder. Gets a wee hug from Brent Fleming, who doesn't seem to mind the fact that he won't get his 50. Maybe he doesn't even know he's on 45. That's okay. The main thing is the team score, and the Mainlanders have done very well to bring their team score up to 285 from wherever they were at 15 overs. It's a great effort from them. Last ball. Swung again. It won't go for 4. It'll probably just be 1. They'll return for 2. Why not? And they'll make it. Great running by Brent Fleming. Comes back for 2. He finishes 45. Brendan Winder finishes 17. The Mainlanders finish 287 for 5 from 45 overs. That's a run rate of 6.38, and that sets a very stiff target for the District's Evergreen if they are to win this New Zealand Over-50s Interprovincial Tournament Division 1 title. That's the end of the innings. Time for everyone to have a cup of tea and a second piece of quiche in my case, and we'll be back in about 35-40 minutes. Join us then for what could be an exciting chase. As you can see, the players are back in the middle. With Districts about to set out on their chase for 288 runs to win against the Canterbury Otago mainlanders. It will be quite a chase, but twice already with regard to Districts, and they've done it each time. Firstly chasing 322 down against the Firehawks on Friday, and then 267 against Auckland yesterday. Here we go. Tony Gray starts. Bert Horner opening the batting for Districts. He's got a couple of starts in this tournament without going on to get any big scores. And Tony Gray rips through that first over, just taking one, or just conceding one off it. Kelvin Scott will bowl from the city end. So it's that opening bowling partnership that's been so effective and more in terms of economy rates than taking wickets for the mainlanders so far. Ooh, starts with a bit of a half tracker, and he's fortunate that there's a runner on square leg boundary to stop it from going for 4, so it's just 1. Not a good start from Kelvin Scott. Long hop. Full toss driven down the ground nicely by Bert Horner. Very good shot by the District's captain, and that'll be nice for him to get off the mark like that. 4 and a 2 to Bert Horner so far in this over off Kelvin Scott. 7 runs off his first 5 balls. And there he is onto his normal accurate. So 8 without loss after 2 overs for Districts. So 8 without loss after 2 overs, and joined by Ben Warren from the Districts, who's looks like he's hoping to put his feet up for a little while before maybe being called on to perform some heroics later. Ben, how did you enjoy the fielding effort out there?
It was a good effort by the District side, I thought, to start off with, and there just goes the first wicket.
There's the first wicket. That's
Dodds.
That's Dodds. Oh, the key wickets of Simon Dodds, caught by Andrew Hoff, slamming Tony Gray out towards mid-off, but not past Hoare. He did do his best to drop it. He juggled about 3 or 4 times, but Simon Dodds on his way for 2. Early breakthrough for the Mainlanders. That's a big wicket, Ben.
Yeah, Canterbury's employing the same plan we did, taking the pace off the ball, which they've done very successfully through the whole tournament. That makes it hard to generate any positive shots, so they're pulling it back, and the batsmen will have to be very clever about working around. It's definitely a slow bowler's wicket. So I might have to run because it looks like I'm going to have to go pad up again.
Right, okay, world's shortest stint of commentary. Thanks very much, though. Good luck. So, crucial wicket for the Mainlanders, and definitely a big pendulum swing since the first 15 overs of the Mainlanders innings, where the Districts team were all over them. They recovered very, very well to score 287, and they've started well with the ball. Tony Gray picking up another wicket. That's 8 that he's got so far in the tournament. That puts him equal second on the list, behind Andrew Nussell, who will get a chance to extend his lead later. But for now, Gray doing his job again, keeping things tight, picking up wickets. And Richie Stevens is the new batsman. Gets a short ball to start, but can't do anything with it. So we've got 2 little chaps at the wicket now, Bert Horner and Richie Stevens. Similar sort of players, I suppose. Nuggety, like to knock it around. So that's a huge wicket. Simon Dodds, he anchored that enormous chase from Districts against Wellington Tasman the other day, scoring 100. But no such luck today. He's gone for 6, and he also loses his chance of topping the run scorers chart. I'm sure that wasn't top of his priority list, but scoring... What did he score? Just 2, in fact. So he ends on 198 runs for the tournament. And the Canterbury Otago Mainlanders continuing with this model that they've employed throughout the IPT of just having a whole lot of slow bowlers who just take all the pace off the ball, ring the field, make the batsman try to hit over the top, and if they can't, as was the case with Simon Dodds, then they find themselves dismissed. And it's the strategy, tactics that they've employed throughout the tournament, and it's worked right through, and worked again today, so far. Much better over this so far from Kelvin Scott, finding his length after a somewhat wayward first over. It's a maiden over for Kelvin Scott, well bowled. Having a look at the third and fourth playoff game, Richard Petrie has been dismissed. He was caught Chauhan bowled Cleland for 38. Wellington Tasman 106 for 2. They're hunting down 265 to win that game. They need to score at 6 1/4 from here on in. Mason Robinson is still in. He's on 44. Hamish French is on 2. Division 2 final. Auckland scored 299. Mainland is 138 for 2. Tom Musich, he's been in good form in this tournament. He's on 54 not out. Mark Hampton was dismissed for 49. Stevens does get it through the gap this time. There's a bit of a chase for the fielder. I think it's Winder out there, and they come back for 2 runs. Swung away by Stevens, and they'll pick up another 2 as Winder has to run 30 metres in the other direction this time. Plenty of work for him, and 4 runs off that over. 12 for 1 after 5 overs, Districts. And the last game is the 3rd-4th playoff in Division 2. They're playing a 40-over game. Districts 182 for 7. Wellington chasing that down comfortably by the looks of things. They're 116 for 2. Darren Thompson, 59 not out. Good bowling from Kelvin Scott. He'll keep dropping it on that spot all day if he's allowed to, now that he's found his line and length. So Bert Horner will have to choose whether he's going to keep defending or he's going to try and take the initiative. It's a repeat again. He's very consistent, Kelvin Scott. Just a little bit fuller that time, and Bert Horner will scamper through for 2. To end that 6th over, 14 for 1. We saw something very similar to this yesterday in the Mainlanders' defence against the Hawks. 2 bowlers, Tony Gray and Kelvin Scott, who can just drop it on the spot over and over and over again. Ring field brought in really tightly to stop pushing and running, meaning that the batsmen have to hit through or over the field if they're going to score runs. And with the lack of pace from the 2 bowlers, that makes it difficult. Shout for something there as the ball squeaks through past between the keeper and the first slip for 2 runs. So it's come off the bat. Runs this time for Bert Horner as he dabs it down behind point. More to third man, there's no one there, but the fielder, I think it's Gerard Finney, chases after it, and Bert Horner picks up 2 runs. So Bert Horner, sorry, that was Richie Stevens actually doing the little dab. He's on 8, Horner's on 9. As I said before, we saw these 2 opening bowlers contain the Firehawks batsmen yesterday. That was Greg Stretch and Colin Owens. And it's another tight over to Kelvin Scott, 20 for 1 after 8 overs. That run rate required up to 7 1/4. Mason Robinson has brought up another 50. It's his third 50 plus score of the tournament. As Firehawks, they're still in the hunt there. They need 6.5 and over against Auckland. They've lost 2 wickets. So Hamish French is there with Robinson. He's in the hunt for the top run scorer position, I suppose. Mason Robinson, he'd need to score 120 to get it. Andrew Hoare leading the way after that extraordinary 145 in the first innings of this match. He's got 288 runs, the most runs at any IPT. There's only been 2 before this, but still, great effort. Full toss, or made into a full toss, but Stevens can't get it through the field. You've got to take advantage of those occasional loose balls, because once you do get it through, it's probably going to go for 4. He's back onto a length again. Tony Gray beats the outside edge of the bat through to keeper Matt Everest, and all the fielders jump up with a big ooh. Great over again from Tony Gray. Hasn't conceded a run. Only conceded 7 from his 4.5 overs so far. And he does complete a maiden. 9 gone, 20 for 1. Kelvin Scott has the most maidens tournament. He's bowled 5. Andrew Nuttall has bowled 4. Kelvin Scott will continue. He's bowled 1 already this innings, so a maiden that is. So it's actually taken him up to 6. It won't be a maiden this over, as Warner picks up a single. So I wonder what the district's tactics are, whether it's to see off these 2 bowlers, but then you've got the likes of Andrew Nuttall and Scott Mason to come. Another tied over, just one off it. District's crawling along here. 22 for 1 to 10 overs. Run rate required suddenly up to 7.6. So something has to give in the next few overs, I think. Richie Stevens showing a little bit of intent there, trying to move his feet down to Tony Gray, but can't quite get to the pitch properly. Full toss, will get just a single. He's not quite taking full toll of these full tosses, unfortunately, for him. One feels that if he does manage to get to on the full, he's got to be able to smash it away. Bert Horner does get to it on the full and he does smash it away. Has he got enough on it to go to the fence? He has. So the first boundary of the innings, and first time that the district's players have really taken advantage of a loose ball. Sorry, second boundary of the innings it is, but first for a while. Uses his feet again, but ends up kind of yorking himself. I'm sure Bert Horner will be aware of the need to push on. Played a lot of cricket, still plays for the Northland B side. It's a rep side up in Northland, north of Auckland. Oh, chance of a catch as it skews off the outside corner of the bat, but a leaping John Gary can't get a finger to it at point. And they'll pick up a single. So it's a better over so far from Districts, 6 runs off it. And that's how the over will end. 28 for 1 after 11. Quiet couple of overs for Auckland as they try to defend 265 against Wellington. Means that Wellington now need 6.8 and over for the last 20 overs. Mason Robinson, he's still there, 52. Hamish French is on 8 from 20 deliveries. Division 2 final. Close game there. I'll come back to that in a moment as Kelvin Scott continues. 299 was the score for Auckland, and Canterbury are 183 for 2 after 28 overs. Tom Musich, 83 not out. He's looks like he's probably sewn up the top run scorers chart in position in Division 2. He's passed Stu Jensen, who scored a century in the first innings of that match. Mark Birchfield is batting with him. He's on 31. 4 dots already in this over from Kelvin Scott. As I said, he'll just keep bowling in the same place for 9 overs on the row if you let him. And that's what districts are doing at the moment. That's a full toss though, but it'll only be a single. Great bowling from Kelvin Scott, none for 15 from 6 overs with 2 maidens. Tony Gray also has 2 maidens. He's taken 1 for 13 from his 6. Well fielded, so no run. Two is the call from Bert Horner. He demands it from Richie Stevens and he gets it. Yet another tied over from Tony Gray, just 2 runs off it. And the run rate required is over 8 now. They're only going at 2.3 after 13 overs. Something has to break, one way or the other. Either Horner and Stevens need to start hitting some boundaries, or they need to maybe give an opportunity to someone else to come in and hit some boundaries, but they can't just keep dawdling along like this. And they need 258 further runs. Shout for LBW. I think this is going to be given out. Yes, it is. So something does break, and it's this partnership between Stevens and Horner. Stevens trying to just turn that one into the offside, missed it, and he was hit on the pads straight in front of the wickets. So well bowled by Kelvin Scott. He's been accurate for all 6.1 overs, pretty much, that he's bowled. And he's gone. So 30 for 2 after 13 overs. Adil Samani in the middle now, possibly the district's premier batsman. Arguably Simon Dodds was up there as well. He's gone though. Samani's been in great form. What's happened there? It's gone down the leg side, appeal for a catch, and if it's not out, then presumably it's a wide. Unless it's clipped the pad on the way through. Another excellent over from Kelvin Scott. Only the wicket off it. Wicket maiden. He's got 1 for 15. In fact, both bowlers have 1 for 15 from 7 overs. Both of the opening bowlers for the mainlanders. Bert Horner apparently is on 18, not on 15. He and Richie Stevens, similar stature, and from this distance it was obviously too difficult for me to tell them apart, and I must have credited some of Horner's runs to Stevens. I'll try and address that as the match goes on. It's not a simple case of just amending it, unfortunately, with the software I've got, but we'll see what we can do. Anyway, point is it's 30 for 2, 31 for 2 in fact, so I'm a run off as well. Samani yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries. He will this time though, as he cuts the ball out towards the boundary. It's hauled in inside the line, and they will take 2. Hot day here in Blenheim. The fielders were commenting how sweaty and hot it was out there on the field. There is a breeze that comes and goes. It's not reaching me in the commentary room here though. So it'll be a welcome drinks break that's just come up. All right, Kelvin Scott to continue. He's got 2 overs left. 7 overs, 3 maidens he's bowled, 1 for 15. He'll be bowling to Bert Horner. Can't get it away again. He's about a 50% strike rate, Bert Horner. So he needs to pick that up. Get some boundaries away. Get some momentum at least. At least pick up some singles. And he does there. Wide's help, and there's one there. You just need to show a bit more intent, I think, the district's players. There's no sort of real purpose or desire to do anything other than they're doing at the moment. It's just solid defence, and all it's doing is just putting a lot of pressure on the batsman to come as the run rate required creeps ever upwards. It's up to 8.5 now. Short, and that's pulled away. Will it beat the man at square leg boundary at will? Goes into the tree. Smaller of the trees out there, but 4 runs, so that's a good shot from Samani. And not being critical of that shot, of course, but that was a bad ball, and it deserved to be hit for 4. What the district's players need to do is start trying to work around the good balls, because most of the balls are going to be good from Kelvin Scott. He's an accurate bowler. Having said that, he just bowls wide, second of the over. But so far he's been on the spot in most of his 7.3 overs. So district's guys need to find ways to turn those blocks into singles. Another over comes to a close. That's Kelvin Scott's 8th. He's got 1 for 22. And unsurprisingly, Tony Gray will bowl his 9th and final over from the Hills end. That's the far end from us. He's been outstanding again. 1 for 19. 63 years of age, I think he is. Second oldest player in the tournament, behind his Mainlanders teammate Andrew Nuttall, who may well replace him from that end. So again, no intention to score here, just forward defensive after forward defensive. We saw a slow period in the Mainlanders innings when they lost some wickets, but it always looked as if Andrew Hall was at least looking for runs. Horner and Samani, they just seem to be waiting for bad balls. There's a bad ball, and it will be clipped away for 2 runs. But when you're chasing 8.5 and over, you can't just sit around waiting for bad balls. You've got to take the initiative and turn good balls into runs. Score off good balls. One ball left in Tony Gray's spell. And Samani just lets it go through to the keeper. So fantastic spell of bowling from Tony Gray again. 1 for 22 from 9 overs. So it's been another impressive bowling spell from Kelvin Scott, who was named the New Zealand team to go to the 2020 World Cup. Unfortunately, he didn't get to play a game as he injury that was just coming right as the tournament was cancelled. So very unlucky for Kelvin then, but he's been a really good performer at this level with bat and ball, and one of the Mainlanders players yells, "Good spell, fella," and indeed it was. 20 23 from his 9. So, with Tony Gray having bowled 9 overs, there will have to be a change in the bowling attack. Who's that going to be? Just looks like it'll probably be Andrew, as I thought. No, maybe Scott Mason actually. Yep, it's going to be Scott Mason. He bowls left arm medium, slow medium. Just while he's setting his field, let's see what's going on in the fourth game here in Division 1. 170 for 3, Wellington Tasman. Mason Robinson in the runs again, he's on 61 not out. And from here, Firehawks need less than 100 at 6 1/3 and over. Jason Campbell had a swing, 38 not out from 18 balls, 5 4s and 2 6s. So two boys, club boys at the crease there, Robinson and Campbell. Both Marlborough boys as well originally. Would have played a lot on this wicket. So with 15 overs left, they need about 95 to win. Second division final, Canterbury Otago need another 78, I think, off 10 overs. Tom Musich has brought up 100, 108 not out off 101, well done to him. So things aren't going to get a lot easier here for the district's batsman. Scott Mason is accurate, he's steady, he's consistent. And with 9 and over needed, one of these batsmen is going to have to do something different from what they're doing. It's just a single out into the offside. So already at the point where they need at least a boundary and over. .52 is the current run rate for districts. As Horner again lets that sail harmlessly through to the keeper. So Scott Mason being allowed to settle right onto a line and length here in his first over. Just one single taken off first 5 balls. Horner does swing that one away this time, but there's cover out there, so at least some intent shown. But just 1 run scored. So 2 off Scott Mason's first over. Wellington Tasman just about to wrap up 3rd place in Division 2. They need a further 24 runs off 10 overs. with 6 wickets in hand. Captain Graham Choate is 26 not out. We're going to see Andrew Nuttall replacing Kelvin Scott down here at Sound. The thing's definitely not going to get any easier for Districts now with the great man, Andrew Nuttall, all-time leading wicket taker for anyone in New Zealand over-50s cricket. I don't have the exact numbers on hand, but I think it's close to 60 wickets he's taken. Has great control of line and length. Doesn't always take a bag of wickets, and doesn't always bowl economically, but he usually does at least one. And still one of the best bowlers of any kind at over-50s anywhere. Took 5 for 18. I think it was against Districts in the round robin play the other day. Did Andrew Nuttall. And he's just the man that you'd like to have coming on at this stage of the innings, with the opposition crawling along at 2.5 and over, needing 9 and 3 from here on in. Just bring on Andrew Nuttall and keep things tight and make them have to take risks. He loves it when batsmen take risks against him, does Nuttall. No risk time from Horner, who taps back his 48th delivery, from which he's scored just 24 runs. And it's a typical Nuttall-esque over. 2 runs off it. We have seen Bert Horner anchor a successful high run chase. If we think back to IPT 1 back in 2019, I think it was, Otago. Might have been their very first game of the tournament against the Firehawks. They looked dead and buried in chase of what was a good score on that particular wicket, and Bert Horner started slowly, but he launched into things as the innings progressed and won that game for Districts, finished as second leading run scorer in that tournament. So he does have some history of good run chases. Calls Adil Samani through for a run here that's deflected off the stumps. They might get an overthrow. It's always unlucky when that happens. It could be through the gap from Samani, it is, and it's nicely timed, and it's going to head out to the boundary for 4. So, good boundary there for Samani. Just more about placement really than any savagery. It's the first boundary for quite a while. Well bowled by Mason, not really giving Samani any chance there to free the arms. $57 for 2 after 21 overs. Plenty of action on the number 3 ground. Jason Campbell, he's 42 off 25 balls, 5 4s and 2 6s. He's really given some impetus to that run chase. Mason Robinson, also from the Wakatu Club in Nelson, 67 not out, and Wellington Tasman making a very good fist of that run chase. They still need what do they need? 84 at 6.8 and over. Randawa and Chauhan, the 2 bowlers there, the 2 spinners. Warner on the sweep, down to the man who's positioned for that shot at square leg on the boundary. Another tight over from Nuttall. Just 2 off it. Mason continues. Very quiet period of play continues. So I'm not quite sure to get to a certain stage in the innings for a certain bowler to come at this stage. Every single sends the run rate up as well. And then if one of them does get out, then the player coming in needs a little bit of time to get there. Did you pick up a single there? Jason Campbell's been dismissed for 48 after hitting 5 4s and 3 6s. He's perished. So 188 for 4. Still needing... they need a third over there. Off the last 10 overs or so. Greg Stretch, another Marlborough boy. He's at the wicket now with Mason Robinson. So that could be a tense finish there. This one's... well, to be honest, it's not looking that tense. Swing and a miss from Horner. Even the aggressive shots, like that one had some aggression in it, even those they're just going down for singles, they're not finding the boundary enough, Districts. They need to pick some gaps. There's big gaps on the leg side for Samani and on the off side. Ooh, he looks for one of them, but doesn't make contact. So halfway through this innings now, or more than halfway through. Only about a quarter of the way through, I think, or less than a quarter in terms of the runs. Mainland is just strangling the District's batsmen. Or are they strangling themselves? It's a misfield, which from Scott Mason, I think, which will allow 2 runs to be scored. End of the over. Andrew Nuttall has none for 8 from 3. Tidy as always. And the run rate required 10.57. How are the Firehawks going over there? They need 72 from 9.5 overs. That's 7.5 and over. Mason Robinson is still in, not out on 70. Looking like he'll finish as one of the tournament's leading run scorers, despite not batting in one innings. He's already up to 238. Tight single for Samani. Fairly comfortable. So it's turned into a real scorcher here in Blenheim, even at 10 to 5 in the afternoon, local time. It's hot, especially here in this room that I'm in. All the windows are open, but there's no breeze coming through. And must be hot for the players running around in the hot sun. There is some breeze out on the field though, so at least they have that. But hard work for them, especially the fielders, after the better part of 4 days of cricket. Wellington Tasman have finished third in Division 2, chasing down Districts 182. It's a good sweep from Bert Horner. It's gone fine. There'll be at least two. Samani's running hard. I think he'll probably take one on the throw of Scott Mason, which he does. Yes, so Wellington Tasman 185 for 6 to beat Districts and finish third in Division 2. Congratulations to them. More runs behind square for Adil Samani this time. It's edged through slip and it's gone away for 4. In the Division 2 final, Music has finally been dismissed for 114. Fantastic innings from him. I think he'll probably finish as the top run scorer in that division. Nicely, nice little change of pace for Nuttall, which does so well. And Samani just gets a single. 1 ball left in this over, 8 runs off it so far. So in that final, Canterbury, Otago, they still need 32 runs off 3.1 overs, but Dave Robertson has given him every chance. He's on 25 off 16. So that could go right down to the wire. It's heading towards the wire. Whether it goes to the wire remains to be seen, where exactly the wire is. Bert Horner still content to push singles. He's on 35, just the 2 boundaries for him. Strike rate of 55. Run rate required up to 10.8 now. Samani tries to do something about it. There's a chance in the deep. Okay, it's gone for 4. There was initially a chance of a catch to Brendan Winder, I think it is out there. But I think he just realised at the last second that it was going to land in front of him, and he sort of spread-eagled himself on the ground, perhaps in the hope that the ball would hit some part of his body. It didn't, and it went right past him into the boundary 4. A little bit comical, that one. Samani drives. Has he beaten the cover? Not entirely, no. Good piece of fielding. Just one. So some good signs for districts here. Aggressive signs. Both batsmen on 36 now. No contact from Samani on that big swing, but they will pick up what I think will be... I thought it was going to be a leg bye, but it's no signal, so it'll be a run. Oh, just as I do that, the umpire signals a bye. Nine runs off that over. It's better from districts, but they've got to keep that up for the next 18 overs or so, and in fact, better than that, they need to. That's what makes this difficult. The one thing in their favour is they've only lost 2 wickets. Swept well by Horner, but it will be cut off, and they'll just get one. Swept hard by Samani. I think it's gone through the fielder. It has. Onto the road, so good boundary for Samani, well hit. 4 runs to him. Well hit again by Samani into the gap. John Gary is injured and he's hobbling after it. He's getting some help from Barry Cross, but neither of them will cut it off as it goes into the boundary at extra cover, or cover. Second in a row for Samani. Good signs for him. And a single. So that's good from Samani. 2 boundaries and a single. And Bert Horn has hit a single in this over 2. No run, so 8. Despite those 2 boundaries, just 10 runs off the over. That's less than what they need, and the run rate goes up further. "17 overs to go, 186 runs needed." That's just under 11 and over, so it's still possible. Difficult, but possible. Mason Robinson, he's still going. He's on 84, looking for his 2nd century of the tournament. That would be amazing if he could do that. We'll come back to that one in a moment. Brendan Winder is going to replace Scott Mason. .219 for 5, the Firehawks. Mason Robinson, 84 not out. They need a further 46 runs, I think. It's 7.6 and over. Edged by Samani, but hit hard, or edged hard, and goes away for 4. So sometimes if you swing, good things happen. And I think he's on... That's 50 for Samani, well batted. Adil Samani. Just showing his 49 on my screen, but it is in fact 50 for him. So he's picked up his strike rate, has Samani, 50 off 57, that's about 88 strike rate. Bert Horner needs to pick up his now. Or at least continue giving Samani the strike. Picks up 2 here this time. There's Tony Gray, who's not the quickest fielder in the Mainlanders side, struggles after that and hasn't got much of a throw either. So it's a good bowler, Tony Gray, but he's on the older side and does struggle in the field. Cut by Horner. He's found half a gap, but not a big enough gap to go for 4. So just 1. 9 off the over. They're getting good overs. The last 3 or 4 overs have been fairly high scoring by normal standards. Problem is that they need 11 and over, so even a 9-run over actually only serves to push up the run rate required more and more. Still, they're giving it a good nudge now. 177 they still need. But Horner calls out scoreboard so they can work out exactly what he needs. Firehawks have lost another wicket. Oh, it's Mason Robinson too, the key one. He's out for 85. So excellent effort from him, but he is dismissed. So it's Jason Kilworth, who's yet another Wakatu Cricket Club representative, and Tom Lancaster from the Eastern Suburbs Club. So a couple of connections with myself there. I currently play for Wakatu, and Eastern Suburbs was my club in Wellington. So glad to see those two guys there together. Tom Lancaster, usually a batsman. He's coming in at 8 today, with a bit of a target to aim at. Big appeal from the Mainlanders, but I think it was a bit in jest as Nuttall deflected the ball onto the stumps, but Samani hadn't left his ground. So players are having drinks for the last time at 30 over mark. Just quickly see what's happening in the third and fourth playoff. 32 runs required from 4.4 overs, so that's it's under 7 and over. Definitely doable. Jason Kilworth's hit a 4 and a 6 already in his 16. I think this might be his first bat in the tournament. Hasn't had much to do at this IPT. So the Firehawks chasing valiantly. Amaj Randhawa has taken 3 wickets. And wow, the Mainlanders have got up. They've chased in the Division 2 final. They've chased Auckland's 299. They've fished 300 for 8. Main Robbins coming in at number 10, hitting 19 from 6 balls. So 4 of his 6 balls he hit to the boundary for 4. So what an outstanding chase from those guys. They'll be delighted, winning Division 2 Shield. Great to find themselves winning both divisions of it this year. Still some cricket to be played. The districts are good chasers, they've shown that, and the scoreboard on your screen is about an over behind. It's actually 30 overs gone. I'm not quite sure how that happened. Apologies. See if it's possible to fix that somehow. Nicely hit by Samani. I think that's going to go away for 4. There's a big gap there at mid-wicket, and he finds it. So another boundary for Adil Samani. 55 he is. I mentioned earlier in the day, he's a former first-class cricketer. Played mainly as a bowler, leg spinner, but in recent years has developed his batting. And he's done well here, 55 off 61. Keeping his team in this. They're still way behind the 8 ball, but not impossible. Swing and a miss. Cut away, that's 4. Strong on the cut is Samani. And he didn't really give Gerard Finney any chance there. It was past him in a flash. So another good boundary for Adil Samani. It's his second in the over. He's up to 59 now. That's a chance. Ooh, always a difficult one for Barry Cross. Mid-off there, underneath us, underneath me in the commentary. I think he's hurt himself in the process, diving forward, trying to get that one. He may have split the webbing or... Oh, he's broken his finger. Ouch, 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 poor guy. Yeah, it doesn't look good as I peek out the window at it. It was always dying on him. It was strongly hit by Bert Horner, and Barry Cross may have broken his finger in his attempt to catch that. So hasn't had much of a tournament. Barry Cross didn't play in this game, and he was on as a sub fielder, and now he's had his finger broken, dropping a catch. So bad luck for him. Looks like Scott Mason's on the field in his place. Hoping he doesn't suffer the same fate. Horner swings and misses. It's a swing and a miss from Samani, but it's hit something and it's heading down behind the keeper. They've turned for two. They'll come back for two. This remains to see two what. I'll wait as long as I can for the umpire. No signal, so 2 runs. Quick check on third and fourth. Oh, looks like the Firehawks might be in with a good chance there. They need 10 runs off 2 overs. 4 wickets in hand. Jason Kilworth doing well, 24 not out off 15. Tom Lancaster 13 off 9. He's hit a 6. So just 2 overs to go there, and 10 runs required to leave Auckland winless in this IPT. The defending champions could finish the tournament without a victory. Brendan Winder to continue, and Horner's still running hard. He's a fit man, doing well in the heat there. He's batted right through the innings. Worked at 47 from, I'll just check how many deliveries he's faced. 88 deliveries, a few more than I had here. 88 deliveries for 47 from Bert Horner. Winder to continue. Samani won't get a run that time. Dot ball, that's crucial at this stage. And they need 12.65 and over. It's getting difficult. Well, it's been difficult for a while. It's getting more difficult. That's 50 for Bert Horner. Just a couple of runs behind the scoring software that I'm using, but he has scored a 50 off 90 balls. Shot from Samani. Four runs to end that over. 6, 7, 8 runs off it. So Samani, he's powering along. 68 off 74. He's done well. Bert Horner's picked up a 50. It's taken him a long time though. 90 balls to get to 50. Not really what you need when you're chasing a big target, unless you make sure that you get it. He's called for a new bat, so perhaps this is his power bat. Maybe he could have called for that 15 overs ago. Let's see what this one can do. But he's still fighting. You gotta love Bert. He does fight. He's a competitive guy. I was going to say something else there. Competitive guy. Hates losing. And you know he'll be doing his best for his team. There'll be 2 here, at least. There's Tony Gray chunters after it, and he's got a weak throw, so they're able to come back for 3. straight to the fielder and they're going to run, but that's what you have to do at this point, so fair enough. Takes on the fielder, makes it home. One more to Samani, he's on 69, he's had a great tournament. It pushes him well into the 200s in terms of runs scored. He's also taken 6 wickets, so he's on wicket take as well. Lusty blow from Horner, but it'll only be one out into the deep. Samani swings away into the leg side, but just to that same man who fielded the previous delivery. And it's only one. Wellington Tasman have finished third. They've chased down Auckland's target. Congratulations to them, finishing third. Not what they would have wanted at the beginning of the tournament. Ooh, as we see, there's going to be just the one run, in fact, as Bert Horner inside edges that ball past the stumps down to fine leg. So Wellington Tasman reaching their target with an over to spare. Jason Kilworth, 27 not out of 17 balls. Well done to him. Have to say it again, good effort by the Wakatu boys, Mason Robinson, Jason Campbell and Jason Kilworth, all contributing well to that victory. Adil Samani's timed that one, but they've got the right fielder there. I can't see exactly who that is, but he's... Oh, it's Brent Fleming, I think. He's a good fielder. Out there on that key mid-wicket boundary position. So a whole bunch of ones in that over. Oh, and a 3. So this is now the only game remaining in the tournament. It did start an hour later than the other matches. The other players are starting to return to Horton Park, number 1, to watch the conclusion of this match. It may not be the thriller we were hoping for, but then again, maybe it will. Samani starts the over with a 4, slammed away through point, gave the cover sweeper no chance. So Samani, he's doing his very best to win this game for his team. They have down some daunting tasks. This will be the dauntingest of the lot. They still need a further 138 runs off just 65 balls. So there's going to have to be a lot more boundaries. That's going to be one of them, though, as he's knocked that down backward of point. Beautifully timed by Samani. Second boundary in a row. He moves up to 79. Run a ball for him, 79. It's a wide, they help, too many of those, but Brendan Winder has just dish run up to 9 off 2 balls so far in this over. Just one this time out to Brent Fleming. Right, 10 overs to go. First of those 10 will be bowled by Andrew Nuttall, and probably the third. He's taken none for 43, so not in the wickets today. But in the context of the target, he's done a good job of restricting. Horner drives again for a single, giving to Adil Samani. It's not the worst idea. He's 84 off 74. Sorry, I've got the score a little bit wrong here. But he is 84 off 74. Goes for the sweep, and he's bowled him round his legs to tickle it round the corner. Missed it, and Andrew Nuttall, in that peculiar style he has where he appeals for bowls, I've seen it quite a lot. He turns around and kind of shouts at the umpire when he bowls somebody, but doesn't matter. He's taken his first wicket, just as I said he hadn't been in the wickets. It's his 10th of the tournament. That makes him the leading wicket taker. And Bert Horner's gone. Finally, his vigil comes to an end. He was bowled Nuttall for 57 from 97 deliveries. Do have a decent crowd on the balcony to my left as the players return from their games at Oliver Park and at Horton Park number 3. All the other games have finished. This is the only game still in progress, scheduled that way of course, so that all the teams can come and watch the final. Chris Jeffries, he's the new batsman. He's a big hitter. A lot of work for him to do, but he is very capable of hitting what they call a long ball. Putting a man out to where it probably would have been hit on the point boundary. That's great bowling to the new batsman. 3 dots for Jeffries. That's the problem with taking the amount of time, the amount of bowls that Bert Horner did, is that the new batsman has absolutely no time to play himself in, and Chris Jeffries has come in with 14 runs and over needed. But Adil Samani, he's rocking along on 81. Brendan Winder is going to continue. He's conceded 36 of his 4 overs. "39, in fact. But he's being over at least. So it'll be Winder to Samani on 81. 14 and a third and over needed. Samani goes over the mid-on fielder for a boundary. Good shot. 4 runs to start the over. That's what they need. They just need lots of them. But it helps when you get 4 off the first ball of the over. Mainlanders are allowed 5 fielders back on the boundary. They've got one at extra cover, at backward point, at loft, mid wicket. Can't see where the 5th one is. It's gone up in the air. Catching chance here. Should be taken. Is taken. Samani has fallen. He couldn't do it all himself. There was a lot of pressure on Samani. I think it might be Kelvin Scott who took the catch. I'll just confirm that. Paul Henry it was who took the catch. Seemingly recovered enough from that blow to the head to complete that catch to dismiss Adil Samani, who batted very well for 85, but he's gone now. And it's the long figure of Aaron Hills coming to the crease. He is a guy who hits sixes, as we saw in District's chase against the Firehawks on Friday. So we've got 2 big hitters at the crease. Probably the ideal batsman for situations like this. It's just they probably love a few more overs to, well, maybe not a few more overs, but a slightly lower run rate to walk in at. Full toss, and for some reason he hasn't run. I guess he didn't see the man under the tree there. He sees him at the last minute and realises that he does have to run. Important to know where the fielders are. They are at extra cover and cover, it looks like. There's 2 men out on the offside, which is interesting. Maybe he's going to bowl wide outside off stump. He does, and Hills taps it into the cover to get off the mark. Yeah, so there's 2 men out there, plus a long off, so 3 men out on the long side, on the onside, and then a long on and a deep mid wicket. So no one on the boundary behind square at all. Jeffries crunches it out to one of his players. I think it's Brent Fleming under the shadow of that large tree. It's just another one though. Nearly 15 and over districts need. Swing and a miss from Aaron Hills. It's good bowling for Hills, anything in his arc, which is over mid-wicket. And that brings a successful over to a close. Handers as well. Probably aim to bowl wide outside off stump. Let's see what sort of field they've set. They've got a cover sweeper. Come back to that in a moment. And he's out. Looks like LBW. Big shout. And didn't see the bails dislodge, so I'm going to assume that's LBW. I'll just check with the scorers. It could have been behind. Alright, we're going with caught behind, so we'll credit that to Matt Everest, the wicket keeper. So Chris Jeffries doesn't last long, 2 off 5 deliveries. And the new batsman, Ben Warren, he did a really good job chasing the other, but he had a lot more time. Matt Everest takes his first catch of this innings. And his 6th overall. I think that puts him equal top of the fielding chart. Robinson. It's a wide. Big swing from Ben Warren, which really has no option but to have a big swing. And he's taking 2 for it. So he's off the mark. So it's not going to be the exciting finish, I don't think, that we were hoping for. Still possible, but it's such a big target from here. And with Samani gone, It makes it really difficult for these new batsmen. Hills does his level best to smash it down the ground, but just for a single. He's not getting anything in his wheelhouse, which is that mid-wicket area. Good bowling from Scott Mason. Warren down the track, but again just a single. Good over from Scott Potty Mason. 6 runs and a wicket from it. So districts need 116 from 42 balls. It's 16 and a half and over, in case you're interested. If they don't get it, then the Mainlanders will make a clean sweep of this tournament, winning Divisions 1 and 2. It'll be a great effort from them. After they finished 4th at last year's IPT. 2nd in year 1, I think. They won the NRT, which was the equivalent of Division 2 last year, but to be fair, they did have a few Division 1 players in that side. So this is really a great effort for them if they manage to get up here. Winder to continue. Slammed down the ground by Ben Warren. Oh, sorry, it's gone through the fielder. There's an ironic cheer from the crowd here. I wondered what it was. He's let it go through his legs. Bit of tired fielding at the end of a long tournament. And Warren picks up 4. Don't know who that fielder was. Can't see that far. It's probably a good 200 metres away. It might be Andrew Hoare, actually, who could well be tired following his marathon effort of 145 with the bat earlier. Wild swing again from Warren. It's a wide. That's gone high, wide and handsome onto the bank at extra cover. What a delicious blow that was from Ben Warren. Wow, he just creamed that. Difficult shot to play over extra cover. For 6, he just wound up and smashed it. Great shot. One of the shots of the day, I'd venture to say, and there's been a few today. 14 from 6 he is. 11 off 2 balls in this over. Goes again, but just the 1. Oh, they're turning for 2, but Aaron Hills wasn't quite as keen as Ben Warren. It's been a moment. Ben Warren scored, I think, 68 in that huge chase from the district side on Friday. Aaron Hills does generate something into his arc, but Won't go for 4, it'll be 2 out to Kelvin Scott on the boundary. And Warren bowled well in that first match, bowled excellently again today, opening the bowling with his off-spinners. So, good to see new talent coming into this age group. It's a wide again, so plenty of runs off this over. And it just ends up at his feet, so no run taken. Still 15 off this over, which is a great effort normally, but it's less than they need. But every over that they just keep it possible, it's still possible. What can he do with this ball? It's hoisted away. He might have found the gap somehow. That's a great shot. It's gone over the man inside the ring, between the two converging outfielders into the boundary for 4. Good over. Good shot from Aaron Hills. He's been good in this tournament too, with ball and bat. He moves to 8. And that, for the first time in a long time, they've got more than they need from an over. 19 from that one. Brendan Winder, 6 overs, 1 for 6 on at 10s. Scott Mason will bowl his 7th over from the city end. Just think what could have happened if these two had come in a little bit earlier, or needing slightly fewer runs. Mason to Warren. So it's just down the ground for 1. Ooh. Big swing from Aaron Hills. Swinging for the hills, but not making any contact. Scott Mason angles that one across him. Good crowd to my left and down below me as the teams have returned from Oliver Park. Full toss, walloped away by Aaron Hills to the man on the boundary, just for 1. So good field placement and experienced bowling from Scott Mason. He's been around for a long time, played a lot of cricket, as everyone has at this tournament. But he generally puts the ball where he wants it. That slam down to long off and through the long off fielder who can't quite get it. It was really well hit by Ben Warren. Great timing. 4 runs. He's 20 off 9. Aaron Hills calling for a new bat. What can Ben Warren do here? Swings it away, swings it over the head of the deep square leg fieldsman for 6. Fantastic shot from Ben Warren. He continues to impress. 26 off 10. Are they a chance? Could they possibly do it? Everything is going to have to go exactly right for them. It's possible. 12 off this over so far. 1 ball left. Kelvin Scott and Tony Gray and Andrew Nuttall are all bowled out. Scott Mason has 2 left after this. Brendan Winder has 3 left. just the single this ball. So he retains the strike, does Ben Warren. And it's still possible. 84 off 30 balls. Very, very difficult. Just on the border of possible and impossible, perhaps. 16.8 is the run rate, if it's still worth adding the run rate at this point. 84 off 30 needed. As a reminder, Canterbury Otago won the Division 2, beating Auckland. And Wellington Tasman have finished third in both competitions. The players who have returned to the ground will no doubt be cracking into a very well-deserved beverage after 4 hard games in either very cold or very hot weather. And I'm sure there'll be more than a couple consumed over the course of this evening before the players return home. Gerard Finney having a bowl, the off-spinner. For 6. But excellent little innings from Ben Warren, 31 from 14 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Right, so one Warren being replaced with another, Scott Warren, apparently a distant cousin of Ben. I had previously described them as brothers. That was a assumption. I was wrong, so I apologise. They are related. I think it was described to me as distant cousins, so whatever that means. So Scott Warren will not be on strike. Players crossed while that ball was in the air. They probably could have crossed for 2, really. And it's Aaron Hills swinging it into the leg side for 1. 79 needed, 26 balls. Difficult job for Scott Warren now, coming in at number 8. And he just taps it into the onside for a single. Matt Everest, the wicketkeeper, does the chasing. So really Aaron Hills is going to need to buff a number of big 6 here, I'd say. I think that's the only recipe, the only scenario whereby districts can win this game. There he goes. It's a good effort, but it's not going to reach the boundary. There's plenty of men out there in the deep, and it's just 2. Yeah, unfortunately, they just took far too long in the first half of this innings, just 20 overs or so, just left far too much for the lower order to do, and I think those top order batsmen will have to take responsibility for this loss. Some of them got runs, but just not fast enough. Nevertheless, a great effort to make the final. and I think overall they'll be pretty happy with their effort. The mainlanders, on the other hand, have done very, very well. They've got a good game plan, good strategy. They've stuck to it. They haven't varied too much in their template throughout the matches. Strong top four in the batting, and a series of accurate slow bowlers. That's basically been the formula for them. Bowled him. Aaron Hill's trying to hit one of those sixes that I mentioned. Fails. And he's bowled. Another wicket for Scott Mason. Just bowls full and straight. You miss, I'll hit. And that's what happened there. Steve Kane, coming in at number 9. He's had a bit of an odd tournament, Steve Kane. He's a specialist batsman, but he's often come in at the tail order. Don't think he's had many chances up the order. He's got a chance now, though. Just needs to score at 20 and a half and over, if you don't mind, Steve. 75 off 22 balls, please. Starts with a nice enough single into the offside, but it's just a single. Big shout for LBW. Umpire raises his finger, and that's another wicket. And not really much choice but to have a go. Swings across the line, misses it. Again, Scott Mason bowling full and straight. The umpire says that would have hit the wickets if Steve Kane's pads hadn't been there. So another wicket for Scott Mason. It's his third. Grant Hall. Another guy who's got some good batting credentials, sent in as a rather unwelcome situation for him, a no-win situation. He's done well with the ball in this tournament. Off the mark straight away with a single, which they'll turn into a double. That ends the over. Scott Mason, 3 for 52 he has. Chance of a catch. No, it's gone over the head of the cover fielder. It might not reach the boundary. Pulls up under there. But, 2 runs to Scott Warren. Just the one this time. So 68 off 16 needed. Good whack by Grant Hall for a single. There'll be a couple here, I think. For Warren, Scott Warren this is. That is a big blow. It's gone. Oh, it's gone to John Gary, maybe in a little bit too much. And then tried to backpedal and may have parried it over the boundary. No, 1 bounce for 4. Good strong hit from Grant Hall. And that's the end. Thought I saw people standing up as if it had finished, but we've still got 2 overs left. 1 run to Warren. This will be wides, I think. They've run leg buys, 4 leg buys it is. That is a lusty blow for 6 runs by Scott Warren, finishing with a flourish. Big hit over wide mid-wicket, or straight mid-wicket rather. It's going to be more runs. How many of them? 2, it looks like. For Grant Hall. So sorry, that was Grant Hall who hit that 6 just before. And the 2 as well. So, last over. Here we go. Gerard Finney to deliver the last rights. 46 required. Starts with a boundary. Up to cover does Grant Hall. So he's going down swinging, as I said. 4 runs to him. He's 20 off 8. As I said, it's just too little too late. The top order batsman just chewed up far too many deliveries, making it so difficult for these late order hitters. That's another great shot. It's going to be caught by Kelvin Scott on the boundary though. So Gerard Finney gets another wicket. Kelvin Scott takes the catch. And Grant Hall's little cameo is done. That's Ian Patterson, last man in. So Scott Warren on strike, and he scores a single off that delivery. So 3 balls to go in this match. Canterbury Otago Mainlanders are going to win. Congratulations to them, a great effort. They have probably, it's fair to say, been the best team throughout the tournament. So well deserved. Best Tournament 2, winning Division 2. Congratulations to the South Islanders. As we see Ian Patterson crunch the ball out to deep mid-wicket for just a single. Another good batsman, Ian Patterson, I'm led to believe. I'm surprised he's batting at 11. That is just another single out to the John Gary on the boundary. And that's the end of the match. So Canterbury Mainlanders win the 2022 IPT. Congratulations to them. Wonderful effort. Thank you to everyone who joined us today, wherever you may be. And please follow the New Zealand Over-50s Facebook page for upcoming events, more live streaming. We'll do the North Island, South Island series in March, hopefully. And we look forward to having your company then. Bye-bye.